Yeah, the Green New Deal. All that in a bag of chips with the UN Agenda 2030 Sustainability Acts.
Yeah, dude.
It's our ticket into communism is what that is.
Yeah. So,
But whether or not that's going to be prevented, who the hell knows? But honestly, I mean, there's so many different things going on right now. I mean, supposedly the U.S. corporation is bankrupt, and Biden is leading a defunct corporation, which literally supposedly has no power. He's even apparently the executive orders he's signing are fake. They're blank. They're not even real executive orders. It's all just an illusion that's going on. Supposedly, the return of the Republic is right around the corner. We're waiting for March 4th for the reinauguration of President Trump or some shit like that. I don't really know how much of any of that is true, but in my opinion, who fucking cares? Because even if the Republic does come back, I mean, okay, so that's like one small step maybe in a better direction, but it's not the solution. All we're doing is resetting back to an older paradigm so that we can make the same mistakes all over again. We're not fundamentally changing anything. We're still operating under the same hierarchical pyramid power structure of authority. Um, we might be replacing all of the Congress members and senators if that was to happen, and maybe the governors and maybe the president too. Should Nasara be activated as a result of that? But I mean, does that really matter? Because if you're not changing the system, then it doesn't matter how much you change the people, because the system works the people, not the other way around, right? Unless you change the system, the people, you could replace the people all you want, but they're going to act the same because they still have to work within the same rules and the same guidelines and the same system. So it changes nothing. That's why I am working on trying to create an alternative society.
yeah.
Totally different ways of doing things.
And what you put together, fucking brilliant and next level. And yeah, as you're expressing, this is where Bucky had said that you don't go, and I'm paraphrasing, but you don't go around changing people, you change the environment, because the environment, the systems, the structures were created from you could say, certain tier of the consciousness. And
right, yeah.
If we are elevating consciousness, then we are co-creating something entirely different, which is new paradigm.
Right.
So as you're saying, we're just shuffling chairs in the Titanic if we're thinking that on the surface level, switching people in political positions and whatnot is going to be the end all be all. Yeah, you have that revolutionary energy, such as being in Texas, but
that's how they kept it going for so long. It's just change the people and everybody will fall in line. They'll be like, okay, well, somebody else is in charge now, so maybe things will get better. No, because they just keep perpetuating the same system over and over and over again.
Yeah, and I feel that's the climate right now because Biden is actually in Houston. So a lot of people, just the collective feel is that they are in a more secure and peaceful situation. So that because of this new shift, so it's allowing people to fall back into their complacency, you could say. And but anyways, yeah, I'm total alignment to that because it's one thing to have that revolutionary dynamic, and this is the downfall of revolutions, right? It's just you shuffle things around and there's no true change.
So the masters rise up. I mean, the slaves rise up just to become the new masters, as it were.
Exactly. And as we're talking about in alternative society is the next level to it, because we will just be have this looping back effect into the old. And this is where it doesn't matter what happens, because at the end of the day, what we're called to do is usher in that new paradigm. And it doesn't matter how things play out, right? Because whether it's this timeline, that timeline, for us, we know what the mission is. And it doesn't matter how that plays out because we know what we're called to do and be of service for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how was that process for you? I mean, you've been at this I tuned into your website, and I know your first post was in 2016. So was that, you could say, the beginning of you putting all this content together? There's research and
Uh,
development.
okay, so I started writing the books about 5 or 6 years ago. But my research and development began, God, about 22 years ago now, when I was 12 years old. At least I think it was somewhere around 12 years old. I had amnesia 6 years ago, so my memories are still pretty jumbled. But I think it was about 12 years old that I made the stern realization that money did not need to exist. Right? That's what got it all started for me. I was always a very observant person because I had a traumatic brain injury at 2.5 years old to my emotional cortex. So my emotions were like 10% the capacity of everyone else. So it was very easy for me to brush emotions off and just be very observant and analytical about everything. And so my observations of just, you know, life in general, people going to work, making money, going out, spending that money, coming home, watching TV, and just waking up tomorrow just to do it all over again. Like that just became like an obvious pattern to me from a very young age. And I started to realize that this whole paradigm of having to earn money to spend that money is completely and totally unnecessary. I mean, just imagine if rather than going to work to get a paycheck, right? Which in that modality of things, there's all these different various levels of paychecks, right? Anywhere from poverty to super rich. Okay. Instead of everybody going to work for some sort of level of a paycheck, imagine if because you went to work at any job for any amount of time, you received I don't know, let's just call it some sort of identification card. It says, yes, I serve society. And instead of paying for things when you go to the store, you swipe this card and it says, yes, you're currently employed somewhere, or yes, you run a business, or you're self-employed, or whatever the case may be. And then as a result of that, it just allows you to take whatever you want whenever you want from any store that you go to, right? And of course, many of the arguments I would get at first when I tried to tell this to people at 12, 13 years old is, well, everybody will just start hoarding things. And I'm like, no, why would you hoard things if they're freely available, right? Like what's the point? You can just go to the store the next day and get more if you need it. And they're like, no, well, those stores will be all out because idiots will be hoarding. I'm like, no, it's like, why does that enter your, like, so like all these different weird arguments that I would get is what set me on the journey of trying to figure out, how do I overcome these arguments? How do I explain this to people in a way that makes sense? And that basically got me started on this whole journey of philosophy, studying philosophy, politics, economics, law, natural law, science, everything, so that eventually I could actually explain all this. And eventually that became so much more than just a free access economy. It became a whole philosophy for an alternative society, which all came to a culmination about 5 or 6 years ago, right after my amnesia, which is kind of strange, come to think of it, having amnesia when I'm literally fighting to get all my memories back is when everything starts to culminate and make sense.
Wow. Are you familiar, and I'm sure you are, with the whole walk-in scenario, as far as from a
Yeah.
multi-lunar standpoint? Do you feel that that could have been the case there, where you had another aspect of you that is now anchored in and
Well,
take?
absolutely. Because, I mean, the reason the amnesia happened is because my brain healed, right? So the emotional cortex healed, and therefore I had full emotional capacity again, right? Which, you know, basically living your entire life without emotions kind of made me a bit of a sociopath because it was very difficult for me back then to understand why other people couldn't just brush their emotions off so easily. It wasn't until I got full emotional capacity back that I was finally able to understand that part of the human condition and develop compassion for it. Um, so, I mean, by now, like the logic and the clarity of how I used to be is coming back to me, but I've been upgraded, so to speak, with the ability to actually understand the human condition on a deeper level. And I think it's that level of compassion that allowed me to um, realize that there's a better solution than just nuking the planet, by coming up with the idea for an alternative society. If that answers your question. I'm not sure I answered your question, actually.
Yeah, that's all heart-centered consciousness, right? And
Yes, exactly.
anything that we could mentally or conceptually come up with, if it's not infused by the heart, then it does nothing, right? Yeah,
At least nothing of value to others. I mean, there's things you could always do for selfish reasons without that, but yeah,
this is how the whole service to self paradigm has been kept into place, is without that heart and
exactly.
environment. Yeah,
And the hierarchical structure and the existence of a monetary/trade system is what keeps us locked into that, right? By keeping people locked into like the majority of people anyway, locked into a state of poverty, a state of survival, right? You're causing them to constantly focus on survival, which is the basis of all selfish instincts, naturally. And by doing that, you're basically training them over a lifetime to believe in such narcissistic principles as survival of the fittest, or I have to look out for me first. I can't take care of others unless I'm taking care of myself first, right? It forces us to put ourselves before others, right? And it's actually pretty damn amazing, actually, that so many people, despite growing up in the system, still find the ability to maintain most of their compassion throughout most of their life, which represents a huge failure on the part of the elite, actually, as far as that's concerned.
yeah, and it shows our tremendous innate capacity as human angelics that we are to be 12-stranded crystalline DNA activated. And
I
this
think
is one thing.
somebody's read Decoding the Hive, huh? Have you
No,
read that book?
uh,
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
who's that by? Or
Well, it's he uses a pseudonym called Mission Guide, but the term human angelics, I haven't heard that anywhere else except from that book series. So I figured he must have read it.
yeah, definitely gonna check that out.
Hard to find. It only shows up in certain timelines, so you have to be in a really high timeline to be able to find it. It's very interesting like that.
Yeah. Hmm. But right, so when we're talking about the whole being locked into the survival energies, all of that, all of those potential energies to be able to co-create at a much grander level and to be in service to others is because we're constant, and it's a brilliant move by the tricksters to keep our energetic gas tank on low. So we
Hmm.
don't, we're not able to harness that energy to be activated in such a way. So we keep on running on the hamster wheel.
Right. And keep us divided as well. So because, when we're busy working for ourselves rather than cooperating, working together, our energy is more divided and less powerful. The occult, no, the occult masters, the elites, they understand the mastermind principle or the law of synchronicity. I'm sorry, the law of synergy, where when you actually work together in a spirit of harmony, it exponentially increases the amount of energy that goes into your intentions and therefore creations, which again is why they control the media, getting the mass population of the world all focused on the same things at the same time, creating reality.
It's such an inversion of our higher state of consciousness when we're talking about the noosphere or the planetary collective consciousness being in unification within the field. to distort it to where, yeah, we could be on the same page like that, but this is done through the hive mind as opposed to
Hmm.
the enlightening consciousness.
Exactly, and that's bringing us down from the human level of consciousness down into the animalistic level of consciousness, right? So that like the hive mind is going backwards in evolution, whereas the collective consciousness is moving forward in evolution. Whereas where we are right now is that singular egoic identity,
Mhm.
self-awareness.
Keeping the paradigm of separation and duality firm intact in that level of consciousness, to where we are always, as you're saying, if our flight mechanism is always charging up, then it's hard to see anything beyond that. So
Hmm.
beautifully enough, through the ascension process, we're now at a collective situation where you have, even though it's a small or less than half of souls awakening, that it will create that momentum. And we don't
Hmm.
need all of humanity at this point to be on board. And that's another, you could say, philosophical thing to more of a council like idea to play around with is if all souls are even meant to be in the new paradigm, if for their soul.
I don't think they are. Not all of them. Not all of them are making that evolutionary leap into the idea of a collective consciousness. In fact, I kind of wonder about some of those who are awakened because they're still so locked into the paradigm of fighting against rather than just focusing on co-creating our own reality. That they're still contributing actually to the destruction of the world by focusing on what they're trying to fight against, right? By focusing on trying to fight against it, they're empowering it, right? And that's what a lot of them don't actually understand or don't really realize yet. We can only disempower the powers that be when we stop focusing on them entirely and start focusing on creating our own systems, our own social administrations, our own economies, our own, so on and so forth. Um, but but on the other side of that, I think one of the reasons for these vaccines that are coming out now, which I don't think are designed to help people at all, I think they're literally just designed to kill people. Um, I'm not sure anybody really will end up surviving these vaccines, 5, 10 years from now, um, just because of the level of changes that it makes to your DNA. Uh, Dehumanizing you, basically. And so I think one of their points is really to this is the way out, I suppose, uh, for those that are not making this evolution. This is like the fast way out, I suppose, as opposed to waiting another 100 years until you die. You just take the vaccine, like you've already kind of made this choice before even coming into this life, or at some point throughout this life, because you on a subconscious or spiritual level know that you're not ready for this ascension yet.
Yeah, this is where you could say we zoom up and take that quantum elevator to the highest levels, and everything is of divine orchestration. And but now, yeah, going back as to the lower levels, that it's all having us to exercise our free will to make that choice for ourselves. And
Hmm.
yeah, at a soul level, we are all at different points, even though we are creators. But there's different levels to this game, right? There's different people's souls have different chapters and various chapters. So yeah, that's a good point, and that some aren't ready to play this new game, and that's fine. And it's all for evolutionary growth, whether it's a descending de-evolutionary experience or evolutionary, it's still growth.
I feel absolutely terrible for anybody that's actually devolving, because the consequence of de-evolution is eventually getting recycled back into the, primordial ethers, the primordial consciousness, uh, and having to start all over again from scratch, basically.
Yeah.
So I feel bad for anybody making that choice. At the very least, just don't evolve yet, wait for the next round, There will always be more opportunities, but you don't have to devolve, that's for sure.
And this is what happened in the last ascension cycle, wasn't it? Is that we pretty much took more of a scenic route by stepping in the space of de-evolution, by dropping, or you could say the great fall from um, one level of consciousness to a lower.
So I'm not entirely sure of what you've studied as far as that goes, but in my studies, the fall of mankind is not necessarily the fall of mankind. I don't think we ever actually had a fall. That's just the religious explanation for our current state. But according to my studies, we were created to be slaves from the very beginning by the Anunnaki, as described in the Sumerian clay tablets. And the reason I go on that, and I don't claim that to be the absolute truth, I just claim that to be the closest thing to the truth, because that's based on the oldest historical documents, written documents that we have access to since the deluge. And there might be older documents from before the deluge, but everything before the deluge was destroyed, if they existed at all. So it's really hard to say. But the Sumerian clay tablets do, they are the oldest written documents we currently have. So that leads me to believe that it's basically the closest thing to the truth. And when you compare the Sumerian clay tablets to virtually every religion, you come to find out that all of the religions, which are themselves a kind of history lesson, they all take different bits and pieces of the Sumerian clay tablets, but they also leave out other large chunks of information. Right? So they're all based on that, but they're all different versions of that same story. So the Sumerian clay tablets, the same story, but a lot more detailed. And what they describe in the Sumerian clay tablets is A, we were created by the Anunnaki to be slaves in the first place. B, before they enslaved us, they put us in what they called the Garden of Eden, spelled Edin, which was basically, mankind's natural habitat, as it were, because the way they created us was we were hybrids of the Homo erectus and the Anunnaki, and that's what became the Homo sapien. So the so-called fall was basically Enlil's brother Enki was educating us in the Garden of Eden. And he always carried a staff with him that was caduceus coiled, the two circles wrapping up a staff, still the symbol of the medical field to this day. Hence the reason he gets called the serpent, or the Satan in most religions. And so we clothe ourselves with the fig leaves from the garden was because we were trying to mimic their culture, having started to learn about it, which is how Enlil discovered that Enki was teaching us, and that enraged him because he knew, of course everybody knew, the Anunnaki knew, if we were too intelligent, then we would be difficult to control as slaves. So that's when they basically ended our time in paradise of the Garden of Eden and threw us into our slavery, mining gold for them. And thus began the human history.
Was a lot of this information sourced from Stitchin's work or various other?
It's interesting. I tell people to read Zecharia Sitchin's work all the time. I've read little bits and pieces of it here and there. I never actually bought or read any of his books, although I really should and need to. Most of my information about the Sumerian clay tablets comes from doing Google searches for translations, direct translations of the tablets themselves and studying them that way, as well as from a book written by Michael Tellinger, another alternative society guy, called Slave Species of God. And he does a wonderful expose on an interpretation of the Sumerian clay tablets along with other lines of his work and how it all plays in together. Excuse me.
Where does Atlantis and Lemuria, how does it fit in that the Sumerian context of history?
You know, I am still trying to figure that out, actually, because there's just not enough information to really piece it all together. I can't believe that it was that Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu were human societies, antediluvian societies, because pre-antediluvian times, the human race was overtly ruled over by the Anunnaki. And there were virtually no human civilizations at all that were not ruled over by the Anunnaki directly. And it wasn't until after the deluge, as explained in the Sumerian clay tablets, that they decided to teach us religion and politics and government so that we would basically rule over ourselves and they would rule over us overtly or covertly from afar. So I can only theorize that Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu were societies of the Anunnaki themselves.
Which aligns to the perspective that when we're Atlantis and Lemuria, we were a galactic society. Now it doesn't, meaning we were living amongst the gods. And then with you're saying with the Sumerian perspective is that, yeah, we were, let's say if this is in alignment to that, we were still in that hierarchy with the race.
We were the slaves of that hierarchy, yeah.
Right.
Like Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu had slaves, and we humans were those slaves. That's my guess.
Yeah, soaking it all in. And so with this ascension period, do you feel that the capacity for humans to actually be sovereign and tap into the highest potential to no longer be a slave species, if that were to be the case?
Absolutely. I think that's so there's a couple different ways of looking at this. Would the human race even exist if the Anunnaki didn't create us in the first place to be their slaves? And if that's the case, then slavery itself is the primary modus operandi, if you will, of what we're supposed to learn from to make that ascension, right? Have you read the book, The Law of One, The Raw Material?
Yeah, so when you asked that in the email, I haven't read it from beginning to end. It was more of like a reference.
You're familiar with it. Okay.
Yeah, right.
So in that book, Ra explains themselves, that they're a collective consciousness from the planet Venus, and they call themselves the children of sorrow because sorrow was their primary modus operandi of how they learned to evolve, what they evolved from, right? It's how they learned to have such deep compassion and so on and so forth. Well, I think here on Earth, the human modus operandi is slavery. We are the children of slavery, basically. And so basically our purpose is learning about sovereignty as a result of that. And so I do believe that's entirely what this evolution that we're going through is all about, is our acceptance of and our realization of sovereignty, self-sovereignty, and collective sovereignty that we are going to evolve forward into the collective consciousness with.
So throughout your journey, have you weaved with others that have been on the same wavelength as far as even knowing about alternative history, where humanity has come from, but more so where are they going, and then just relating to all the work that you've been putting in and all the concepts, all the new paradigm context. Have you weaved with anyone that was on the same page and co-creating with you?
So most of that weaving has been done probably over the past year, ever since COVID-19 happened, right? I mean, most of us awakened people that have been aware of the uh, alternate versions of history, the occulted information and knowledge, and have been on a very deep path of spiritual ascension, have been very few and far between. We're still very few and far between. I mean, how many people do you actually bump into in person that you get to have these kinds of conversations with, you know? And I think we're intentionally spread throughout the world thinly like that, you know, so that our vibration is, you know, everywhere. So it's affecting everybody. But it was thanks to COVID-19 that it was finally uh, made everything obvious, like who the sleeping people are, who the awake people are, you know, like, oh, you're not wearing a mask, let's talk, you know. It made everything so obvious. It was so easy to start finding people on even, well, especially online, because, you know, it's still very few and far between in person. So yeah, most of that weaving has been done over the past year, and it's been a real trip. It's been very interesting and very fun. Finally, starting to meet people that are of like mind, and actually, you know, instead of being called crazy all the time, where I'm actually able to have functional, productive conversations about this stuff with people that are on the same wavelength. But as far as co-creation, still working on that. I have created a website for my blog as an author to try and get more information out there. I've created a Facebook group called Metagaiaes to spread awareness about the idea for the alternative society and kind of see who's interested. I got 59, excuse me, I got 59 members on that Facebook group now. And but I've only gotten two people, including you so far, that have actually expressed a serious interest in actually wanting to help co-create that future. You and one other person so far.
Yeah, I'm curious when we're exploring about co-creation, and we're talking about capital C, right? If this is something that is to be done at such a, you could say, more metaphysical, deeper level. For instance, from a quantum standpoint, this alternative society is already anchored, already exists. Now, if we were to try to reverse engineer that process, we would think, okay, who did we co-create that with? Was it just a random grouping of souls, or was there more intention behind that? More self-organization at the soul group level, where the soul group, and this is tuning into Edgar Casey's work, I believe what was coming through, at least from his foundation, in regards to other people that were in this foundation and studying these things. But the phenomenon of the soul group is that, from my understanding, the darker forces have prevented soul groups from truly synergizing for millennia, because they know that once we come together, not only do you bring such a higher potent vibration energetically, but it's coming together as mission mates.
Hence the reason Jesus Christ in the Bible is quoted to have saying, I came as a sword to divide mother from daughter, father from son, brother from sister.
Mm. talking about the family monadic structure. Yeah,
He who has eyes to see and ears to hear.
yeah. Talking about a layer of complexity of deprogramming is the the family blood dynamic, or you could say the Muggle structure.
And not just the biological family network, but the soul family network as well.
Mm. Yeah.
See, I'm definitely a believer in soul families. I mean, ultimately, the entire human race is one whole unified soul family, although it's going through quite the division at the moment, and a necessary one at that, because basically it's being divided between those who are ascending and those who are not. But within that human family are all sorts of different, human families that keep branching off into different smaller and smaller branches until you finally get down to the individual soul itself. But yeah, I mean that's how it all starts. So, for example, there's people in my soul family that will see my idea as an alternative society as something they harmonize with, and then there's people in Michael Tellinger's soul family that'll see his idea for an alternative society as a viable means for the future that they harmonize with, and then there's the infinite world game, and then there's others, and then you got your small communities, and so on and so forth, and everybody's going to work their way towards what they harmonize with based on their soul family.
Yeah. Yeah. And do you see it as a potentiality where all of the soul families could form this unified organism, planetary wide, so that all those pieces are then working alongside each other in their own unique differences, right?
That's actually the intention of my idea for a global society, right? It's been intentionally designed to be as generic and as possible, and based upon universal principles of natural law throughout the entire universe, not any particular part of it, for the very specific purpose that it could become that platform through which these other alternative societies eventually begin to reunify with the entire human collective.
Yeah, that's what strong resonance there, because that's essentially how I would describe what I've been downloading on my end, is pretty much creating the architectural blueprint, or you could say laying the sacred parameters for a cosmic playground. And you could say that's fifth dimension and beyond. But
well, it kind of is.
Right. Yeah. So allowing those parameters to be in place so that all who come could play in their own unique expression.
Exactly.
And this is where we're talking about cosmic natural law and being able to be in alignment with that, to allow for that expression to not, you could say, diminish any person's or group's sovereignty and co-creatorship.
Yes. If I were to describe it in a nutshell, I mean, this doesn't actually help you visualize it, but if I were to describe in a nutshell how the organizational system of the social administration for our alternative society functions, I would describe it as it functions just like a collective consciousness in the first place, right? It's designed based on how a collective consciousness is meant to function, and how they function at the well, you call it the fifth dimension. I call it the fourth density or octave.
And it's the playground, or it's an octave that is allowed for anyone to step up and rise into, but each person has to, you could say, let themselves in.
I'm sorry. I was thinking while you were talking.
Oh, no worries.
Again?
Yes, when we're talking about this next octave, and being able to anchor down a structure like this, it allows for each person to choose to claim their sovereignty, but it is a matter of choice of them having to walk themselves through that portal or door, you could say. Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's one of the primary tenets of this alternative society is that it's the first society in the history of mankind that will not be established based on conquest or on conquering, but based on consent, right? The free will choice of each person making that free choice whether or not they're going to join it.
Mhm.
And there's a couple hoops to jump through in order to get in because we have to make sure that you're of a certain spiritual caliber, spiritual level. Um, yeah, I mean, you don't have to have already ascended or evolved, but you have to be ready and willing to because the entire society is designed to cause that to happen.
Yeah,
Just
and I
by
feel,
participating in the society, you will kind of be forced, uh, basically, to ascend to that level because it operates at that level.
and that's why I feel the when we're talking about this co-creatorship at a more soul and unified level, is so that we are bringing in that level of consciousness, or you could say having these parameters be aligned to that, so that we're not just randomly co-creating with just quote unquote anyone, right? That we're really intentional through the surrendering of being magnetic to pull in soul tribe, like true soul tribe together, because we each in this context hold pieces of the puzzle that could only be unlocked. Or I've been thinking of Marvel Avengers lately, where we all have Infinity Stones that we have buried within, and it's only through us synergizing together that we
Hmm.
unlock this whole entire um, component to
And
turn.
that's just it. It's all
Yeah,
about that synergizing together.
yeah,
It's like we all want to be creating our own reality here, but at the same time, that reality that we're moving into is not a singular egoic reality. It's a collective reality, and so it absolutely requires the synergy and harmonic cooperation of each person. And I think that has a lot to do with why it's kind of so divided at first between all these different ideas for different kinds of communities. Um, it's not like it's going to be an instantaneous evolution. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be like we go to bed one night and wake up the next morning and everything is different. It's not going to be like that at all. It's a lot of people that are expecting it to be something like that. But it's going to be a very slow transition over the next 100 to 1,000 years. I mean, just each individual alternative society that I'm aware of right now. Some of them are farther along than others, but they're all going to take at least the next 20, 30 years just to become kind of, excuse me, uh, established, to a point where they actually start to create some, what's the word I'm looking for? Momentum in their growth, right? Um, and it's going to be another 50, 60, 70 years after that before they start coming together themselves under a unified whole. Us that are alive today, unless we live to be like 250 years old, we're not even going to get to see the end result of our creation, right? We're just the forebearers. We're the ones forging the path for others to eventually, take up the reins and finish off for us. Um, but but yeah,
yeah. Are you familiar with Dolores Cannon's work in regards to when she spoke about the different waves of you could say galactic starseeds, light workers, and how we are in this phase or wave where we are co-creating this transition, but laying down the template. It's not the sexy part of it. And then you have the next wave.
Oh, we're in the hard part right now.
We are in the most challenging part of the timeline. And as you speak about the 100 to 1,000 year process, I think our human, even those in the light worker community, from what I have been observing, is we aren't having this perspective of the long game. That Source could have this timeline where everything's like that. We never know, but you could say to be a bit more centered or grounded, it just is usually, even if it's a universal ascension process, a 100 to 1,000 year process in linear terms. So, yeah,
there's no way around that. No matter how much we wish it to go faster, the only thing that's going to help it go faster is getting out of the rut of focusing on fighting against what is and getting into the pattern of creating what's coming, co-creating what's coming. That's the only thing that's going to help it move along any faster. If we don't do anything at all, we don't try anything at all, it's going to take 1,000 years minimum, right? But if we start working on co-creating these alternative societies, and more people start getting involved, we could cut down that process to a maximum of 100 years. But it's certainly going to take, at the very least, the next 100 years. There's no way around that.
So as far as the metaphysical or etheric components to such a large creation, when we're talking about this alternative society, how do you think we maintain that level of embodiment and integration, working with that law of structure, that field of this planetary administration? It all comes back to inner work, doesn't it? And maintaining that level.
Well, absolutely. Because there are so many things trying to distract our attention right now, and that's intentional, right?
Yeah.
Because the powers that be know what's up. They know that their time is up. They know that they failed to gain their world domination before the clock ran out, and that allowed the evolution of humanity's sovereignty to unfold. And so their whole goal right now is just to distract us as much as possible, to keep as many people as possible from making that evolution. Basically, how do I say this? To take as many people down with them as possible, right?
Right.
That's their end game at this point, and that's why they no longer care about revealing the things that they're revealing. About how obvious it's become about the pedophilia, how obvious it's become about the New World Order, how obvious it's become that the Vatican is behind so much of the evil in this world. They don't even care to try to hide it anymore, because they're not trying to covertly control us anymore. They're just trying to confuse us and take as many people down as possible now, because they know that they've lost. So that's the good news. They lost, we won. So now it's just a matter of time, and that inner work is, we have to do as much as we possibly can to not allow ourselves to give in to these distractions. We have to try and pay as little attention to their games as possible, and focus as much as possible on co-creating what we want reality to become. Because we are now the ones in power. We are the ones who get to create the reality of this world now. The spiritual laws have completely shifted into our favor, so it all falls on our shoulders now. But we need to have our heads on right if we're going to create the world we want, or it's going to take an awful lot longer.
Yeah, it's not a matter of if the ascension process and our victory is hasn't been claimed. It's just a matter of how long is it going to play out.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's my whole goal with my mission in this life, is just to try and speed it up as much as possible, to try and make it take as little time as possible, instead of just allowing it to play out to the maximum.
Yeah, and it's such a high level of discernment too, right? To where, because I'm in alignment to that too, but at the same time, from myself having that discernment, if I'm, you could say, being polarized in my masculine energies again, and forcing things to happen that's not in alignment to,
Correct.
yeah, cosmic natural law and the divine plan, and just fucking that up, and even getting in this vicious cycle.
So the correct word is influencing
Mm,
rather than forcing.
yeah.
Our goal here is to influence people, not force them.
Hmm. The
You
cliche of
see,
being the change that we seek, um, to be, right?
exactly. And educating for those who are receptive. But that's the key about influence, is it allows others to make their own choice. It's not a manipulation. It's just well, there's this, now what's your choice?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just putting
Yes,
it out there.
it's not us going door to door, walking with a book and promoting it.
That's it's
Or,
actually not a
or
bad
like,
idea. You're still giving people the choice. You're just kind of annoying them about it,
yeah,
and perhaps receiving a lot of negative energy as a result.
yeah.
Yeah, I do kind of prefer the online approach, because and the writing books approach, because it's people that want to see it will find it, and come to it and gravitate towards it. And unfortunately, it will also attract some negative energy, but not nearly as much as shoving it in front of everyone's face that you see.
Have you experienced that level of negative blowback? You could say
I
interference
mean,
level.
uh, I do occasionally, and unfortunately, as much as I hate to put this out there, most of the negative feedback that I get is always coming from the overzealous, judgmental Christians. Now, I describe them particularly like that because I'm not against Christianity at all. I'm not against any religion at all. Um, it's just overzealous, judgmental ones that always end up being the ones to attack me.
So how do you decode that from a inverse metaphysical standpoint? Because there could be a couple potentialities to how that manifests.
Well, I'll put it this way: if you're not making any enemies, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, because we are going to experience that contrast.
Yes,
If
absolutely.
if we're especially if we're doing something at such a, you could say, higher level, that
I mean, you
there
got to
has to
keep in
be
mind,
balance.
to those that are not evolving, this is, Armageddon in a negative sense for them, right? They're experiencing the entire destruction of their entire world, right? Whereas Armageddon to us is a positive thing, because we're seeing the creation of a new world, right? But that's not what they're seeing. They're seeing the ultimate destruction of everything. And they believe, because of their perspective, that we're the cause of it. And kind of in a sense, we are, actually, um, because we're creating something new,
Yeah.
and the power is shifted into our hands. And one of the unfortunate side effects of creating something new is that old shit gets destroyed. Um, but it's also not really our fault, because uh, it's just the timing of things. It was always meant to happen, and it's not our fault that you misunderstood it. You know, it's
Mhm.
yeah. I don't know how else to say that.
Yeah, I joked around. I joke around saying the same thing, saying, you know what? At the end of the day, no matter how challenging it could be to our human, that we're causing all of this when we're raising our vibrations and tapping into our higher potential. This is our doing, and in that space, we are grounded into empowerment as opposed to, why is this happening to me?
Right.
Yeah.
But, those overly zealous, highly indoctrinated, very judgmental people will always see us as the problem and not the solution.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
All right. So you're in Connecticut now. Have you been there for a while?
My whole life.
Born and raised?
Yep.
Yeah. So do you feel you're going to be stationed elsewhere? You mentioned Texas as a potentiality.
I have been considering Texas ever since I heard again after COVID-19 happened that they're thinking of seceding. And if they do secede, I will definitely highly consider it. Um, but that's my poor move. I mean, if I come across the money I'm hoping to come across soon, I kind of would like to live in somewhere like New Zealand or, I mean, pretty much anywhere because it doesn't fucking matter. Just find a place that harmonizes with me really well. Because if I have that kind of money, that property is private property and it doesn't exist in any state, any nation, any country. It's my property. It's under my jurisdiction of rule.
Mm.
So, I just have to look for a place I harmonize with, which, that still is important to where I decide to go because whenever I venture out into their society to go shopping, it's going to affect me. And I would really like to be somewhere where I do not have to wear a fucking face mask.
Dude.
If that place even exists. I don't even know if it does.
Yeah, how are the protocols out there? Are they super strict?
Connecticut is very draconian. I mean, you can think of Connecticut and California are basically twins. Whatever California does, Connecticut almost immediately does.
Mm. Yeah, would you say that I mean, this is not to get political because who gives a shit about that, but you could say the deep state, the elite, those that were in power or have infiltrated the more democratic areas to execute their agendas. Because I see the same being in where we are at in Houston. So every major city, as I mentioned before, is under a democratic influence, which
Yep,
means
and Connecticut is a democratic state. Yep.
they are more draconian. They're not even questioning things. So there's a level of unconsciousness in these.
I don't think there's a single Democrat in this country that's not a part of the Chinese Communist Party.
And yeah,
Which strikes me. I was very surprised to learn that the governor of Texas is on the Chinese Communist Party.
dude, I thought that he had potential to, you could say, be in the truther group, but it does look like that too. So
So, I mean, until he's replaced with somebody that's not in the CCP, the chances of Texas seceding are probably slim to none.
yeah, yeah, I've been getting through my research and studies that it's called the negative alien agenda. You could say different factions of the um, the ruling power is all the source of it is inverted mother father God, which is what we think of artificial intelligence. So it's the Black Sun Group, and that Black Sun Group has its source in China. So that's the hotbed of all activity. And so when we're talking about artificial intelligence, of course, unethical artificial intelligence, not to say that artificial intelligence can't be used to help with our liberation and our humanity and
I think
spirituality.
in many ways it actually will.
Yeah. And this is what Bucky was doing his life work about, having artificial intelligence, not to overpower and use us, but we use it to, as we were saying, tap into our highest potential. But yeah, that hive mind. And this is where I'm getting the information that you could say the different lower dimensional races, they're all plugged into this artificial grid as well. So they're being worked through through their actions, just like
Hmm.
we when we're unconscious. Yeah. But it's interesting how China and what they have been doing and are doing that that aligns with that theory, right? That that could be the source of where all this darkness is coming from.
The source of darkness is darkness itself. I mean, I don't think there's a technological source for it, really. I think technology is more of a means through which it's being expressed, right? Because all technology, like you said, could be used for good or for evil. Even money can be used for good or evil. You know, nothing is even. Uh, Sacred geometry and ancient symbolism can be used for good or evil. You know, a lot of people think the number 666 is an evil number. No, it's actually a harmonic number that's a very important one to the functioning of nature and natural systems. Um, it's just that, you know, the evil, corrupt elite use that number frequently in their communications to notify each other of their evil plans. So, you know, we have this automatic assumption that certain things are evil, but nothing is really evil in and of itself. Everything has the potential to be used for either good or evil.
Yeah.
And artificial intelligence as well, because I mean, look, artificial intelligence is eventually going to do one of two things depending on how it's used. It's either going to enslave us into a hive mind, right? Or it's going to liberate us into a collective consciousness, right? Do we need that technology to eventually evolve into the collective consciousness to actually be able to communicate as a collective consciousness? No, eventually we will find the ability to use our own inner technology for those means. But that doesn't mean that, you know, it can't be used as a vector to help train us to learn how to use that inner technology before it becomes pre-activated in our children, you know? So, yeah,
Yeah, you could say it's transitional technology.
right, exactly.
Yeah. And this is also what is challenging too when we're putting together all these Lego pieces into these building blocks is to know which pieces are for transitionary purposes and which are meaning that they're not going to serve in the long run. It's more so needing to be done to construct this bridge. Um, so when we're talking about, for instance, our um, economic system, that 0 to 100, we're not just going to go straight to a resource economy, even though that would be awesome. But we have
Right,
to go through this. There will be transitionary Lego pieces to build
right.
on top of, right? That will eventually get us there.
Like my idea for holobank. Have you read about that yet?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So you're familiar with that.
yeah. It's brilliant. Um,
Thank you.
no, so that's one of the things that I was debating. It's like, do I keep on diving into Cameron's work, or I just want to surrender and let's jam out and cultivate some coherence and resonance, and then all of that would take care of it itself. Because from what I read, it was that, man, everything was on point. That resonance, you know, and especially in regards to what all the pieces that I've been gathering on my end, and I could see the potentiality for it. Just it's like everything's coming into alignment. Um, Especially towards the end, you were talking about this action call
Hmm.
for this is people and entrepreneurs, and I feel that is what is part of my role in all of this. One, so this is all gnosis. This is direct experience, and it's not through grand epiphanies. I get a lot of session work with intuitives because how I like to see it is I love to. I'm just so like this is my passion. I love working on my craft, mastering my craft, right? And all this inner training. I love going to intuitives so I get observe their gifts. And everyone has a different style, everyone has a different technique. So, anyways, through session work, it's a confirmation that my divine blueprint has three pillars. One pillar is divine entrepreneurship, divine philanthropy is the other pillar, and divine partnerships is the last one. Now, what surprised me most about the divine partnership component was I thought it was about being in sacred union with my beloved so that we are mirrors to each other to embody that divine feminine and masculine and be unified within.
Mhm.
I didn't even think that that could enter the realm when we're talking about co-creatorship, whether that's through a colleague or a teammate, you know what I mean? So, um, yeah, this is where it's up leveled and deepened my concept of what co-creatorship is. It's not, so we could easily think of it as creativity, collaboration, right? Like peer-to-peer collaboration, even though that could be an element to it, but co-creatorship to me is at that level of the most high, where, as we were saying before, we all each have pieces of the puzzle that's waiting to be unlocked. And it can't be unlocked if we aren't together co-creating.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Hence that social administration. I mean, we don't necessarily need to be physically together to be co-creating, you know, um, but we need to be on the same page. We need to be working within the same system so that we can be working in a spirit of harmony, right? And so that's what the social administration is designed to do. You know, it doesn't matter if you're a freelancer, a small family business, a small LLC, or a large corporation. You know, it doesn't matter what the size of your business is, how many managers or employees you have. You know, all that matters is whether or not you feel called to be a part of that network, right? Because as you now know, it's the whole idea is that it's not based on borders or territories, it's based on networks of people through the use of businesses, right? So, you know, for example, let's say it was you, me, and one other person that got together and were the first three to decide to say, all right, let's get this started, let's do this. So we, you know, we go into the trust agreement, which I don't know if you've read that yet, but it's in the back of that book. Um, go into the trust agreement, and we start having meetings to basically, because you know I wrote those to be what they are now, but we still have to agree upon you know what's going to remain in there when we sign it and ratify the society into existence. So our first order of business would be, let's have meetings, you know, over the internet or through Skype or whatever, to talk about, you know, all the details of the trust agreement and make any final changes before we ratify it into existence, thereby creating the alternative society. Upon doing that, we have thus created what I call the Council of Light, right? Which is the international council for Metagaiaes. And so from there, you know, we incorporate the meritocracy, the organizational structure, into our own businesses. Which you know, I don't know about you, but in my case, my business, I'm pretty much the only employee in, so there's really nothing for me to do as far as that concerns until I actually start hiring people. But if you know one of us is a much larger business with a lot more employees, then they have to actually start reorganizing and restructuring their business to operate according to the meritocracy. And let's say that large business has certain managers that are high enough in the chain because they're a large enough business that some of those managers actually also have to participate in the social administration of Metagaiaes, right? So now they have to make a choice. Do they want to be a part of our society, or do they want to resign from the company? You know, um, And then from there, basically, we continue to have various meetings every now and then, um, which they could be regularly scheduled meetings, or they could be meetings that are called out for a specific purpose. Like for example, let's say a month into it, you're reading through the trust agreement and you realize, hey, you know what, this particular line item doesn't actually make all that much sense. I think we should change it. So oh crap, my battery's dying. So you write up a proposal, right, for how that line item in the trust agreement ought to be changed. And so that, basically initiates the need for some meetings for us to get together and debate this issue and take a vote on it, and to decide whether or not to make that change. And eventually in the future, hopefully we'll have, because it's going to get real complex real fast as a lot of people start joining. Hopefully we'll have like an online social media system that's specifically designed to host these meetings, to speed along the debates, which can, happen via text or voice messaging or video messaging or whatever, and then a way to actually track and log our votes, to make these things happen faster. Yeah, so let's see. Trying to circle back around in my memory now because I skipped over something I don't want to go back to, but yeah, you get the basic idea,
Yeah. And it's very interesting because on my end, ever since COVID happened, you could say all the research leading up to that point, and I was 32 last year, so ever since my early 20s was heavy research in all areas. And then it seemed when last year, when shit went down, it's as if all of the knowledge I accumulated, all the pieces of the puzzle was then activated and pulled off that bookshelf and say, hey, here, get to co-creatorship. Took all that you learned because it's time now. So one of the things that I was putting together was with Unify Gaia, which is the constellation project that I shared with you about in the email. One of the things was I designed a mock-up, like UX UI, of this social networking platform for the constellation, so that we have we're powered with our social economic system and have ways where we could not just vote from a business standpoint, because we steward a dental practice right now, and that's been my hotbed for prototyping and experimentation when it comes to, let's say, newer forms of governance, newer systems, pretty much new paradigms, technologies and processes and structures. So with that, I visualized, okay, how would it be if we did have this constellation put into place? We would need the platform where we could have the ability to go on many different quests pertaining to each sector, whatever we're in alignment to. And all those
you use that term, actually. Sorry, go ahead.
About quests?
Yeah, I'll swing back around to that in a minute. I want to finish listening to what you're saying.
How that inspiration was triggered was because if we are all stewards, you could say participating members of an organism, which is synonymous to a business, right? So let's say an organism, a dental practice. Well, what if one of us becomes activated and wants to do something in a different sector? So now it could be environmentalism. And in that sector, we think about launching and co-creating a different organism. Let's say it could be some permaculture project.
Yeah, that's where Holobank comes into place, because it makes it a hell of a lot easier for us to, just start jumping on a new project like that. Right? Because we don't have to worry about upstart costs anymore.
Right. The Holobank, a strong alignment to that too, because the core components of Unify Gaia is divine philanthropy and the venture fund. So essentially, the philanthropy aspect takes care of philanthropic resources. So you could say the 501c world and donations and things of that nature. And then you have the venture fund for transformative capital. So you have that for the for-profit world. But those elements are basically to fund the entire constellation. To, as you were saying, if you were wanting to start up something, you no longer have to raise funding from outside the constellation because that's all going to be provided. Right.
Now, there's definitely an interesting affinity going on between us here. Can you still hear me? Okay. Because, gotcha. Because the philanthropic aspect is an important thing to me too, especially as a way of beginning to grow Metagaiaes before Holobank has a chance to come into existence, right? Because before Holobank, we still have to operate according to the same monetary trade-based system as the rest of the world. We're not even going to have our own banking system at first. We're going to have to use the banking systems that we already use. So one of the things that I actually want to do, which is why I'm working on trying to get so much money right now, which is a bit more of a private thing. So I can't tell you too much detail about this because there's laws involved, privacy laws involved, but there is this particular type of investment platform that I cannot name explicitly, but it helps people that have large amounts of money to invest to grow that money very quickly. We're talking doubling it every single month, right? That's about as much as I can say about it publicly. And it's by private invitation only, and so I'm looking for people essentially that have that kind of money to invest in that because I can make commissions, 1% commissions on their investments, right? Monthly commissions, and these programs run for 10 months. So imagine if, we got just one person with $100 million to invest in this platform. We are then making $1 million a month in commissions off of their investments, right? And these platforms require an absolute minimum of $1 million to invest in, right? So with just one client like that, we now have the money we need to invest in that platform ourselves to start doubling that money every month so that we can grow up to that $100 million level very quickly, right? If you have $1 million and after your first 10 months, you'll have $10 to $20 million, right? And you re-enroll that again, you'll have $100 to $200 million, right? And so from there, we now have plenty of money to work with philanthropically to help invest in other businesses and other ventures to help them realize their dreams and goals. And basically what I would like to do is kind of like this. We'll invest in your venture. And if you decide you want to domicile that venture and business in Metagaiaes, our alternative society, then you don't have to pay us back for it, right? It's totally 100% taken care of as a grant. But if you decide you don't want it to be domiciled in Metagaiaes, you want to continue participating with the rest of the world, well, then there's a stipulation that you have to make sure that we get a return on our investment, right? So you have to, the typical return would be at least 20 times the investment. So if I invest, $1 million into your business venture, you got to make sure that that business is able to, at some point in time, pay us back $20 million, right? So that.
Yeah, and there could even be ethical ways when we're talking about having a paradigm of a return on investment to have it ethical. It could be as
well, it is ethical. That's the way it's already done.
well, as far as not your traditional
venture capitalism.
Right, exactly. It's impact. You could say impact investing, and So the meritocracy, have you explored with holacracy and sociocracy?
I have actually, as I was writing the trust agreements and coming up with a lot of the language and ideas to be used in explaining how the meritocracy works, I actually, before I called it meritocracy, I was actually calling it holacracy, but instead of spelling it H-O-L-A like they do, I was spelling it H-O-L-O as in holographic, right? Because they spell it H-O-L-A because it's based on the holarchy, right? Which is defined as the hierarchy of nature, which is a misnomer because there is no hierarchy in nature, as I've come to discover. And hence the reason I spelled it H-O-L-O, because it was holographic organization of nature. Well, the holacracy organization actually contacted me saying this is copyright infringement and you have to change the name. And I was like, you sons of bitches, I spell it with an O. What do you want from me? It doesn't even mean the same thing. Mine is the holographic organization. Yours is the hierarchical organization. Like, what the hell? But no, their lawyers battled with me for about a month worth of emails. And I finally decided, all right, screw it. Fine. I'll take down my website. I'll take down, all the information of it being the holacracy, and I'll come up with a new term for it. And I meditated on it for a while, and that's when I came up with the meritocracy, based on the fact that the holographic organization is based on Metatron's cube from the fruit of life symbol, and also because meta means after, before, or beyond. So it's, beyond bureaucracy, meritocracy.
Yeah, I really resonated with the title of meritocracy. We've actually been experimenting with a tribe out in Colorado. They pretty much got inspired by holacracy and sociocracy and up-leveled it, divine remixed it into how they were tuning into things. And essentially what they put together is a technology called light leadership. And this is what we've been prototyping at the dental office to, I would love to get your perspectives on that, because the
Right
reason...
off the bat, it sounds exactly like what I'm doing. I call it the Council of Light for a reason.
Yeah, totally. And so when I say prototyping, it's because I'm really the impulse. I was being guided to see if this light leadership technology could be infused out all of the organisms that would be created in the constellation, so that you do form some sort of you could say, the holographic organizational structure, as far as how, not to say that you could only play by one playbook, but you're pretty much creating this, you could say, the parameters again, to allow that higher consciousness to be spread throughout, no matter what project or industry you're in. So when I read about meritocracy, there was alignment with that too, because it was coming from that same aspect.
I honestly can't think of any other way in which to organize any such system of administration. And it took me so long even just to come up with that, and all based on my studies of sacred geometry. Actually, the entire reason I first ended up realizing it was not even because I was trying to create an organizational system for administration, but because I was trying to figure out how to design an electromagnetic generator that operates based on the principles of nature, right? Based on the principles of the way planets orbit stars and stars orbit galaxies, right? And upon having designed that structure is when I suddenly, it just clicked for me. I was like, oh my God, wait a second. This is also what I've been looking for as an organizational system for business. And then later on it clicked. I was like, oh wait, if it can be used for one business, it can be used for an entire society. And that's when I started to realize the holographic component of the organizational structure. So I think I was able to finish my sentence last time in any case. um, but yeah, the interruption has caused me to lose my train of thought. So,
but it was in regards to where we were at in the conversation, having a lot of resonance to the digital platform that you had were conceptualizing,
mhm.
just intuiting a lot of parallels. Because, for instance, I knew that social economic mock-up of the platform that I put together to be powered by holochain, like no doubt. And I think you mentioned that in the book too, in regards to the digital platform that you were incubating.
Yeah, I want to be developed. I want it to be developed with holochain technology. Yep.
Yeah.
And there's a particular other. I don't think I mentioned this one in the book. I mentioned it in like the first version of my book, but it got deleted in subsequent rewrites. Um, there used to be a business called NewMap, NOOMAP, NewMap, which was based on the noosphere, right, the collective consciousness of humanity. And so this guy was basically envisioning a social media type of thing, network based on the organization of a holographic organization of a collective consciousness, which I thought was very interesting because I was conceptualizing a holographic organization of collective consciousness for social administration, and wanted exactly what he was creating for my alternative society. But he fell off the face of the planet. And followers of his ended up creating a philanthropic organization called S7, with goals that are in alignment with that, but are not the same as what he was doing. And nobody can find out where this guy is now. He just kind of fell off the face of the planet. Yeah. So now I need to find somebody else to build that conceptualized idea.
Yeah, so fucking interesting because when we're talking about, at least from my end, being on the pursuit of other soulkin mission mates who have these infinity stones, one other, a couple other people that I would mention, and I was going to ask you if you know them or have come across their work, is the people behind NoMap and S7 Foundation. And I'm actually
Gotcha.
a call with them again on Sunday because
The people behind the S7 Foundation are the ones who are creating the Infinite World Game Alternative Society.
Yep.
Yep.
So
they're pretty cool people. I haven't talked to them in years, but they're cool people.
cool. So you guys know of each other in your project.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Yep. So do you feel?
I think I might have inspired them to create the Infinite World Game, because back when I was talking with them, it was all new map, and they were just starting to create the S7 Foundation. And they hadn't had any, or at least we never had any discussions about the Infinite World Game. But we were both into Buckminster Fuller's philosophies, and we were talking a lot about that back then.
Yeah, there's so much synergy behind that too. And I'm curious if, well, with one of the guys, you're talking about the tech, his name is, so he's pretty much working on his own project. And I forget what it's called, but it's inspired by Holochain, but on a different level. So he's doing his own thing at the moment, not to say that they won't come together into synergy again. So anyway, with that, I had reached out to them after I put together this presentation of what came through for me, and they were one of the first people I reached out to. And essentially, since that time period, which was back in June of last year, up until now, we've been pretty much, you could say, cultivating resonance before really diving deep into seeing how our visions could synergize. So Yeah, let's see here. With the administration that you mentioned, was a lot of the inspiration. So as I shared with you, that's how I came across your work, was through researching Maharishi's divine government and
Ah,
administration.
interesting.
Yeah. So that's what led me to you, because this is where pretty much what I was tuning into my project. It was
I
up leveling.
figured that chapter would speak to somebody.
Man, I just saw my email as you were offline that I ordered his book, the his theory of governance book,
Mhm.
and I was thinking, man, should I just return it, because you broke it down, interpreted it, but also remixed it into what is now the book of the New Age
You,
Order.
you should definitely still buy it. There's a lot of, I mean, it's not like I rewrote his entire book there. I took uh, in order, in sequential order that his book is written, I took various excerpts and re-explained them from my own perspective, and what I think he was really trying to accomplish, if he was trying to um, do it in a way that would actually work. And basically, my whole point with that article was, you know, Maharishi's idea is brilliant, but it's not going to work the way he's presenting it, because we can't change the governments that are, but we can create new administrations. Um, and so, I broke it down and took it into, this is what it would be if we created a new administration. Um, but there's still a lot of information in that book that didn't make it into that article, just for the sole fact that that's a whole book and that was one chapter. So it's still worth buying and reading.
Yeah, because he was coming when you were talking about coexisting and collaborating with existing power structures, governments. That's, in your perception, a waste of time and not gonna uh, to focus more on co-creating a new structure as opposed to collaborating with the old.
Right. I mean, why try to change something that was designed for the purpose of enslaving humanity? Why try to change that into the opposite of what it is,
Yeah,
which is going to fight you tooth and nail every step of the way, when you could just create a new system from scratch and do it right the first time,
yeah,
and not have to worry about fighting tooth and nail with anything. And by doing that, now you're giving people a choice. Which system do you want to participate in? Do you want to keep participating in the system of slavery, or do you want to jump ship and participate in our system with us? By giving people a choice, now you can help wake up all the people that aren't necessarily asleep, but they act as though they're asleep because they really have no other choice, because they don't have any other choice, right? Because there's no other system for them to participate in, right? So by giving them that choice, you're giving them the ability to stop pretending they're asleep and live in the wakefulness that they actually are in. And I think that's probably about half of humanity right there is, they're awake, they just pretend to be asleep. They get along to get along.
yeah. And then the creation of this new structure will make the existing one out of date,
Right,
right?
exactly.
And
Obsolete.
it takes a hell of a lot less work to have to go from the grass from the bottom and just recreate the entire structure, when, as you're saying, it's so much more simple to start from scratch and do it in alignment from day one. Because
Yep.
now, when you're talking about the law of structure from an energetic standpoint, you could say the field of that structure, it will be so out of whack anyway, wouldn't it? Where if we were to create a new one, we then could steward that field from an energetic standpoint to make sure
Exactly.
that consciousness is facilitating harmoniously. Because I'm sure if we were to do some sort of an energetic scan of, let's say, the United Nations, like how fucked up and discoherent would it be, right?
That's exactly it. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's how what I've been tuning into has up level to where how do we, and this is where it could synergize with your concept of the holographic administration is how would it be if we were to create a interplanetary organization like the United Nations, because if we're going from the perspective that the darker forces are just mimicking everything of source, then that means there's codes in the United Nations that they are of value to take. So, which means how can we create something like the United Nations in its positive polarity if it is truly of service to humanity and for world peace and equality and sovereignty and freedom? Um, because there has to be some sort of consciously centralized force to galvanize all bioregions and nations and communities together, right? And businesses, organizations, and etc.
Yeah, and I suppose that force itself would be the collective consciousness of humanity, which
Yeah.
is why it's inevitable, like no matter what we do, this idea is going to become a reality eventually. Like I said, if we do nothing, it'll take 1,000 years, to,
Yeah.
to naturally form itself, right? Um, and I just kind of want to try and speed along that process because it could take as little as 100 years. And I would much rather prefer that,
Yeah.
even if I don't get to see the end of it.
Yeah, but as we were saying, especially in regards to the transitional piece, to actually physically architect and anchor the physical components to a constellation, to the creation of an organization.
Well, yeah, and that's what the councils are, is the creation of an organization.
Mm,
So, whoever the first, and I say we need a minimum of 3 people to ratify it,
mm,
because synergy is created with the third unit of a system, right? Newtonian mathematics doesn't break down into free will until you have at least 3 units in a system, right? So that's why I say there's got to be at least 3 of us to get this started. Um, and so, once we have the 3 of us and we ratify the trust agreement into existence, then we have just created that organization, the Council of Light, the international uh, organization or administration of our alternative society, Metagaiaes. Um, and that's how it begins. It begins with us 3, and then it expands from there, whoever the third person may be.
mhm. Have you found another aligned um, mission partner?
I have, but she's not a business owner. So, and she's more of a follower than a leader at this stage in her life. So, I don't think she's going to be the one that helps us get it started. Um, she will definitely join it at some point, but I don't think she's going to be one of the founding members. Nonetheless, I call her the mother of Metagaiaes, just because it was thanks to a lot of her help and input over the last year that helped me kind of iron out a lot of details this past year in rewriting my books from the old version into the post COVID-19 version.
So it went through quite a bit of up leveling to the concept
Right.
for the year.
And she's editing all my books for me as well. So
So that's
she's definitely doing a lot to help me.
yeah. You showed her some love too in the book, didn't you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what you
She's in
told
the
me.
acknowledgments. Yep.
But yeah, let's see here. So have you explored with the concept of micronations, and do you see that synergizing a bit with the
I have. that was actually part of the inspiration for me to create an alternative society. When I first learned, I always knew about, small communes and shit like that, and I always, had this feeling that that was a terrible idea, because a small commune can easily be shut down by a larger force, easily, but a global society would be nearly impossible to shut down, especially one that's holographically decentralized like us. Um, but when I learned that micronations were a real thing, and that many of them even had their own currency, yeah, exactly. That's when the gears in my head really started spinning, and I was like, oh shit, I could take this even farther, But being a micronation, quote unquote, was never something I wanted to do. I always wanted to create a global society, because my whole point and purpose has always been the powers that be are trying to create a new world order, a global society based on slavery, and we need an alternative to that, and it has to be just as large. It has to be a global society.
Yeah.
So that's always been my point, and it just took me a long time to figure out how, and that came with the inspired idea for basing it on networks of businesses rather than territories and boundaries.
Hmm. Yeah, I did love how you highlighted that when we're talking in regards to, let's say, a nation, it's not about boundaries because you would say that's of the old paradigm of separation and
Right.
control. But it is
Exactly.
a matter of being able to be highly categorized to be efficient and allowing us to steward and facilitate resources and mapping out things.
Yeah, borders and boundaries are great for organization, for uh, figuring out, which territories, for example, a regional council, the cosmological councils should belong to. Like what, if all the businesses in the UK should have their own cosmological council that pertains to the borders of the UK, but that doesn't necessarily mean that these borders and boundaries should separate us or limit our ability to travel.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just organizational purposes, and that's it.
Yeah, and we could, when you speak about cosmology, yeah, you're right that Gaia or Earth has a landscape that has a terrain where, let's say, Houston, for example, does have is divided into 10 ecoregions, and there's already a level of organization there when we're talking about each region having unique geographical and natural elements that differ from other regions, and that's how we could organize in that way as well, where we're still using, let's say, the concept of a city like Houston, but could have different boundaries, but they're not man-made boundaries. They're tied to the earth and its geographical landscape. Yeah, we were talking about the concept of bioregions, ecoregions, when you're talking about the cosmology and us being able to organize our councils in that regard. So yeah, Houston has 10 ecoregions, right? And we could, instead of being organized into the municipal construct, of course we'll still use Houston, but now we could self-organize into Houston's ecoregions for differentiation that helps us uh, categorize things. But yeah, going back to what you're saying about a global society, a planetary society, I resonate with that 100% because, and this is where my example of a unified Gaia, meaning the United Nations in its opposite polarity, because we know what the agenda that is being facilitated through the United Nations. And if that's going to be planetary wide, well, from a
Got to
standpoint,
balance that out.
balance it out exactly. So you need a planetary force to do that, and Yeah, is to unify all of these metagaias, or you could say sovereign collectives. And this is where we could even connect it to the whole concept of tribal sovereignty, what the Native Americans already have. Yeah, where do we leave off? So
Metagaiaes, the different collectives of Metagaiaes working together, balancing out the New World Order.
exactly. And yeah, the Native Americans already have this construct of tribal sovereignty, right? Where they have their own ability to create their laws, which means they have their own government system and economic system that is outside of the federal powers. But if you're federally recognized, you still are able to. I mean, of course, there's some smoke and mirrors behind that too, but
And they're limited to certain territories within which their own laws take effect, and
yeah,
so on and so forth. So that's the beautiful thing about my idea is basing it, basing it on networks is now it no longer matters whose territory we're in because our society is not based on territorial boundaries. Wherever we are is where our society is. So even if we're within your borders, we don't follow your rules, we follow ours.
100%. And that's the power that these tribal nations do have, is that they could ratify and create peace treaties with others, so that you do have this ability to join forces, which could be key with us being in the US in this time of transition, where if we do go down the path of beginning the phases of the creation of a metagaias, that we do have, we take the components of a micronation and tribal, and embody tribal
Certain
sovereignty.
components, like for example, the ability to print our own diplomatic immunity passports, because we are, as Metagaiaes, and since all the members of Metagaiaes are sovereign members, that literally makes us all foreign officers in every other nation that we exist within. So we're going to need to print our own diplomatic immunity passports showing that status as foreign officials, so that we have to be treated as such with diplomatic immunity, meaning they literally are barred from enforcing their laws against us.
Yeah, and that'll be powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's how we are able to be, to you could say, scale it and be able to spread that impact, um, without being limited to where we are at physically. So how far? Yeah, I was reading over your action steps, as far as next steps to take.
How far along are we? We're still at step one.
Exactly. But yeah, I see that, and this is where I also align to when we're talking about completely duplicating and recreating these valuable organizations, and to do it within our constellation. I mean, that's definitely going to be much needed. There's one thing if we, let's say, start the transition to becoming, um, the beginning phases of a metagaias, but if we don't have the important organizations to power our livelihood and thrivability, then that means we still have to be enslaved or get our crumbs from the inverted matrix.
Get our what from the Matrix?
Like from our livelihood or our sustenance.
Oh, right, yeah.
Whether it's even
I mean, even as entrepreneurs, I mean, we're not slaves really, but we still have to participate in the same slave-based banking system and monetary/trade system. And I think that's really when Metagaiaes will really finally begin to take off, is once we create Holobank, because a lot of people are going to sit at the sidelines until that becomes a reality, because it's going to be very difficult. Uh, I mean, no more difficult than us entrepreneurs already have it, but because it's what we already have to deal with. But a lot of people that might be aware of this as time goes on and we do grow are probably just going to sit on the sidelines until Holomake is created, because that's when everything becomes easy. That's when our free access economy is rolled out for us, that allows us to do business with the rest of the world. That's when we don't have to worry about how much we're getting paid anymore, or how we're going to procure upstart costs to fulfill our dream, providing our service to the world, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it's definitely tangible in that aspect where it affects us directly.
Right.
And maybe it could be rolled out through phases of that kind of social economic system, as far as, let's say, if you have different features of it, such as values or contributions, right? Measuring contributions. So I'm sure you're familiar with Arthur Brock's work with Holochain, and he talks about currencies and the different ways we could track and measure currencies, which are more, you could say, energetic flows. So
Mhm.
one phase could be going back to experimenting with a contribution metric such as time banking, right? That is already grounded and people are already experimenting with it. So you
Well,
have different.
one thing I really want to try to avoid as we roll out this system is the idea of keeping track of people's contributions to society, because that's not really what it's about. I do call it at first a service-based free access economy, meaning the only way that you get to participate in the free access economy is if you are actually providing a service in some way, shape, or form, right? Meaning you're self-employed, you run a business, or you're employed at a business. But it doesn't matter how many hours you're working. Um, all that really matters is, um, are people in the world actually partaking of the products and services that you are providing, right? That's the most important thing. Are you actually serving in a capacity that is being used, right? Because if it's not being used, well, then you're not actually providing a service, right? Um, so, that's, uh, but the eventual goal, right, is to get to a resource-based, um, free access economy, right, where, uh, whether or not you even participate in providing a service no longer matters, right? Because we're so technologically advanced that most people don't even have to work most of the time in order for society to thrive, right? Because most things are automated by technology in the first place, right? So that's where we're heading. And if we fall into the trap of, making sure that we're tracking people's contributions, right, then we're just falling back into the trap of, only allowing people to participate, uh, in so far as how much they've contributed, right? We're going back into creating a caste system at that point. And so that's one thing we need to avoid, in my opinion.
You don't think it could be a transitional piece into learning how to deprogram from entirely monetary and then going more towards the ability to operate in a different construct, as far as, okay, let me say, we were in service to a group of human sex trafficking survivors, and we did, since they don't have any monetary value at this point. We're not talking about if the holochain is already created, but let's say at this point, tomorrow we do this, and then they don't. We're not depending on any monetary exchange, but if we're talking about a way to exchange, let's say, gifts. So let's say 20 hours of dental work. It could be 20 hours of if they're really passionate about cooking, they could do 20 hours worth of meals to facilitate and balance out that.
I see where you're going. That's kind of along the lines of the gift economy, so to speak, or the honor pay service system. Um, but I think we need to blast past that as quickly as possible, right? And we're kind of already at that phase by the fact that many people are considering these kinds of ideas in the first place. Um, but think of it this way: with HoloBank in place, right? If and using your examples, um, if somebody is helping, has a foundation that helps people that were trafficked for sex, and helping them get out of that and reestablish a life for themselves, basically. The fact that they provide that service and are part of Metagaiaes, and we have Holobank, means that they can go into that dental place and um, pay for their services using Holobank services, where instead of money being transferred from their account to your account, okay, they swipe the card and Holobank creates that money on demand to pay for that service.
Gotcha. So it has already the built-in technology and components to facilitate it.
Right. That way we can blast past the idea of having to earn things, right? You've already earned it by providing your service. Um, and it's still technically we're trading something of value for something of value, right? You're still getting paid for the service that you're providing, and they're still paying you. But now it's no longer based on I'm paying you with money that I've earned, and I only have so much of that money, and so I can only afford so much. Now we don't have to worry about what we can afford anymore, because we don't have to worry about how much we're getting paid. It's just money's being created on demand for each transaction. And that allows us to do business with the rest of the world, right? So if I go into CVS or Home Depot, who will probably never join our alternative society, I can swipe my card there, right? And money's going to be created on demand to be deposited into their bank as well, right? And I'm overcoming counterfeit laws because we're not creating it in their currency, we're creating it in our currency, Holocoin, and then it's just being liquid exchanged in real time with their currency.
Have you had a chance to jam out the Holochain project with anyone from Holochain?
I have had the chance to run the idea by people from Holochain,
Yeah.
but I haven't actually communicated with them in a long time. And back then, I was still trying to iron out the details myself and figure shit out. And I've kind of lost my login and contact information with them, and they've evolved so much since then that I got to figure out how to even get back into communication with them at this point. I know somebody who's in communication with them because he's part of the network. I know him personally. He's a friend of mine on Facebook. And I keep trying to get him to get the community involved, but I'm going to have to take matters into my own hand at some point. I have another guy who is a programmer and works in cell phone technology, and he's very familiar with blockchain and cryptographic technology. And he's in a transitionary stage in his life right now, and he's potentially interested in working on that project. But as of yet, not fully interested.
Yeah, whenever you ran it by the tribe from S7 and NoMap, that was quite a long time ago, right? Because as
It was.
your vision has expanded since then.
Yeah, and my most of the feedback I got from them was, we like your idea, but it's not in alignment with what we're doing, which is a lot of the feedback I got from a lot of people before COVID.
You're talking about the whole shebang, like every. You presented
I
all.
mean, as much as I could, because that was, 5 years ago, and I was just starting to figure all this shit out and just starting to write the books, because I just figured out the philosophy, and now I was getting the idea for it all, but I still didn't have, what is the meritocracy? How do we actually describe this? How do we, what are the words that I use for this, that, and the next aspect of it? And I didn't even have all that figured out yet. So, my explanations to them at that time were immature, premature, um, and therefore probably difficult to understand. I definitely didn't have it as well nailed down as I do now.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about even pre 2020, there were a lot of shifts that happened last year. Um, so
Yeah, there's a lot more people now that understand that alternative societies are the future.
yeah, you can say it's
Is
divine
it?
timing.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, when COVID-19 happened, I was probably one of very few people in this world to be excited about it. I was like, yes, here we go.
Right?
Now everybody's going to wake up.
Me too, man. I actually got throughout the time of last year, I was a bit disappointed that I was expecting more, you could say fireworks, like more of the collapse to happen. But, it is what it is. Not to be not to wish, just looking at things at a pessimistic standpoint, but as you were saying, just being excited about the collapse, because without the collapse, we don't have our missions activated.
Right, exactly. I mean, nobody was interested in checking out or even listening to my ideas pre-COVID-19, but now all of a sudden I have at least 60 interested people and, two people that actually are mostly, if not fully, in alignment with it. And I'm coming a lot closer to actually ratifying it into existence.
Yeah, man. So how would you say your co-creatorship game is? Because I know all of this downloading and work that you've been able to anchor down has been a solo thing. What-
Yeah, and that's the rather hypocritical thing about it is because up until now it's all my idea, and so that's why I make sure I've iterated at least twice in my book that nothing is written in stone here, right? um, and why I've explained earlier with you that the very first thing to do with the other people that I get together with to ratify this into existence is to go over that trust agreement and finalize it with their input, right? And then from there, once it's finalized and ratified into existence, it's still not set in stone, right? Everybody that joins thereafter has the full opportunity as a sovereign to propose changes that we now have to debate and vote upon, so it's always going to continue evolving by the input of its sovereign members. It'll never be set in stone ever. It'll always be a collaborative effort. It's just, I had no choice really but to get it started on my own because I didn't even have anybody at the time to talk to about it, but in my defense, I do believe that most, if not all, of the inspirations for this came directly to me from the collective consciousness of humanity. So, in that sense, it already has kind of been a collective effort.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, and it might be why coming together as um, souls from the same, we're all one, yes, but there's different levels to it. So coming together with other unified, you could say fractals from the same soul group is essential in the beginning phases because we are um, wanting to create this at the core level because we know eventually once the consciousness spectrum expands with other sovereign members, we could then already have that unification amongst those who are kind of, you would say, beyond agreement, right? So that when we go from the practical standpoint, it's a lot easier. Not to say that there wouldn't be different perspectives or things to work out, but that's where that unification at a higher level is important to establish these parameters so that other sovereign members, pretty much those are you have a core group that are holding the consciousness of the constellation, of the planetary network, so that when others join, you have those who are, you could say, this is kind of Maharishi's concept of the peace, flying.
Transcendental meditation type stuff, it sounds like you're getting into.
Yeah, you know how he's talking about the flying, like jumping peace.
The yogic flying?
Yeah, the yoga flyers. But
yeah.
I think that's what he was tuning into, is that you have those who are more on the energetic level.
Right. And that's why I've made sure to incorporate transcendental meditation into the social administration. So just like the meritocracy is based on the 7 chakra system, and so it's divided into 7 different roles. The social administration itself functions the same way. So there's 7 different departments that are all based on those 7 different roles. And one of them being the representation of the root chakra, which are what I refer to as the angels. In the social administration, the angel department is the department of transcendental meditators, right? The peacekeepers, or the defenders, if you will, where their primary purpose basically is to practice transcendental meditation in order to constantly hold the collective consciousness of humanity in coherence, and build upon that coherence, bring it more and more into coherence as we grow.
Would you say their role then is to make sure the divine feminine is balanced?
Well, the divine feminine and the divine masculine, yes, because we can't be patriarchal or matriarchal, right?
Well, yeah.
That's you know, everything about what I've created is that, you know, it's not focusing more on one opposite than the other opposite, right? Because that's all division-based stuff. I'm taking all of the opposites from every field of life and fusing them together into one cohesive whole.
Yeah.
You know, whether it be individualism and collectivism, or capitalism and socialism, or anarchism and organization, or feminine and masculine. I've taken everything and fused it together into one cohesive, unified whole. That's the whole point, if you will.
That's how we reach 0 point. But no, I was referring to only the role of the angel in organizational context, is that role to be holding the peace, you could say. Well, that's what I meant by divine feminine, just for that role, not for.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know how. I guess both energies still play into even that, really. But you know, as Maharishi has experienced, just the very fact of having enough people practicing these meditations is all we need to defend ourselves, right? We don't need weapons. We don't need to be trained in ways of fighting or war or anything like that. Just by holding the collective consciousness in coherence with transcendental meditation, with enough transcendental meditators, we can stave off any potential attacks that ever might happen, right? I mean, let's say even if the UN did try to send their peacekeepers after us to destroy us in some way, shape, or form, you know, something would probably happen to them while they're on their way that would prevent them from even being able to start that mission, let alone finish it, just because we are practicing we have so many people practicing transcendental meditation that we're keeping the collective consciousness of humanity at such a coherent level that the opportunity for them to fulfill that goal never even arises.
Yeah, where we're totally transcending even all of those potentialities from happening.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a very, very important aspect of the administration.
Yeah, on my
And
end, yeah.
I
Go
was
ahead.
just gonna say, and they're not the only ones that should practice the transcendental meditation. They're just the only ones who, uh, they go into that position because that's exactly what they want to do as their service to society. But anybody that really participates at any level in the councils should really, they don't have to, but they should be practicing transcendental meditation as well.
Yeah, or you could say pretty much any other tool to help get you to that state of consciousness. Whether
Yeah.
it's, I mean, essentially everything is, yeah. Um, yeah. So, what do you think about the importance of being organized into confederated collectives? You could say the important sectors of humanity, such as health and wellness, governance and law, education and knowledge, spirituality and consciousness, etc. Do you feel
That's
that?
all incorporated. That's all incorporated into the organizational system itself. For example, the governance and law is handled by the throat chakra department. What's the word I'm looking for? The operator department. They're the ones who basically focus on that aspect. The Which one is it that does the education? Um, Third eye chakra strategist, so that's also has something to do with government. The heart chakra is just a central processor. So, actually, yeah, one of those chakras, I used to call it the governor chakra, but I decided not to include that word, so I replaced it with the mediator chakra. Um, they basically they're the judicial department, basically, if you will. And then there's the resource department is the second chakra. The Dantian chakra is the resource department chakra, or the treasury chakra, if you will. So that also ties into Holobank, basically. And Angel Department is our, replacement of the military. I can't remember which one, but one of the chakras is the education. So yeah, it's all incorporated into there. But I think what you're trying to ask is whether we participate with the ongoings in that sense with other nations. Is that what you mean?
So when you were mentioning the operating system as far as the chakra system, you're you're talking about more of the roles and accountabilities for, let's say, the administration or a organism, right?
Right,
But when I'm
exactly.
talking about sectors, it's essentially about, like, let's say, for example, the United Nations has the World Health Organization as its health and wellness sector,
Oh
right?
yeah, so
So,
right. So I mean,
so
and
it's more,
if somebody feels the need to create an organization like that, right, as their service to our society, they create that organization and it serves its purpose, and um, the leaders of that organization have their respective members on their respective councils for their respective areas in which they operate.
yeah, because
And
and
that
just,
would be the same for you run a dentistry business, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So your business, let's say it was a very large dentistry business, and so your managers then actually also would participate on, say, the local level council, whereas because of the size of your business, you yourself participate on the national level council. Let's just say you were a national size business, right? So you would have members that participate at the local levels in the administration, and you yourself would participate at the national level because that's your organization within society, your service to society.
Yeah, I was actually trying to map this out because I feel that the dental practice is actually, from my end, the portal to the creation of the larger ecosystem. And I do have it. I do have the timelines and everything kind of like just conceptualized. It's just a matter of how it will play out. But um, so when I asked the question about the major sectors, is because more for the ability to have organizations or organisms be created and mapped out according to the sectors. And of course, they're going to be cross-sectorial, multi-sectorial, right? But it's more so to have that synergistic framework so that a person could have the ability to take on as many quests as they are aligned to, and having the sectors be able to categorize, especially when we're trying to create these major important businesses from into our ecosystem, is to be able to break it into sectors for just organizational purpose too, right? Just like
Yeah,
the
yeah. So that's why there's three layers of councils, right? So there's the multiverse layer, and I call it the multiverse layer because the largest organizations get up to the universe size of organization. Some organizations might only be as large as a solar system, others as large as a galaxy, but the largest they could possibly become organizationally based on the layers of a business as a universe. So the local level of administration, I therefore call the multiverse council. And playing on words, I then call the national level of the councils the cosmological councils. And then the international council, which obviously there's only one of that, but it's obviously probably the largest one of them all. I call the realm council, or otherwise the council of light. So there's three levels, three layers, if you will, of administration in order to keep it organized. So the multiverse councils relate to your cities and towns or counties, depending on the size and population of them. The cosmological councils, or even the states, actually. I think that's what it is. Multiverse councils refer to the state/provincial layer. And that's because each organization, because since we're not based on territories or boundaries, each organization is the small town or city in and of itself, right? The small community. So the larger community, local community from there is the state/provincial layer. So the multiverse councils refer to those borders and boundaries. And then the cosmological council refers to the national borders and boundaries. And then the Council of Light is international.
Yeah, which I really love, your whole breakdown of having this council structure all the way from the localized into the planetary, with those many layers that you mentioned. And
And it can expand from there too. I mean, we don't have to be bound to this planet forever, So that's one of the greatest things about this is when we venture into outer space and start populating other planets, should we ever do that, we can expand this to accommodate for that.
yeah, and this is where we were talking about the Galactic Federation and that concept, right? Is being galactic ambassadors or having that council with other interstellar civilizations, whether that's from a physical component or a more metaphysical or interdimensional. So, but yeah, I
And if
love
my
that.
technology takes off within the next decade or so, we will be able to venture into outer space quite easily. I mean, rocket technology, talk about outdated technology. I mean, oh my goodness.
It's all
My
show.
technology can blow that away in a second. I just need the money to invent it.
Do you ever come across Otis T. Carr's work? with
Who?
the Otis T. Carr, and he was like
Familiar with him.
working alongside Tesla, and pretty much created the blueprint for a fourth dimensional craft. But of course, that wasn't ever.
How have I not heard of this?
Yeah. So that's what it reminded me of when you were talking about having the technology um, that would blow rockets away, right? Like, is it more along those lines?
Yeah, basically, it's all based on Nikola Tesla's technology. But while he was trying to tap directly into the already naturally occurring currents of energy, and then basically kick those up a notch to a level that we can use for our technology here on Earth. Um, the the problem with the way that he was doing it is it had to be done for free. There was absolutely no way to charge money for it, right? Which is why it got shut down. So my whole point and purpose was I got to find a way of being able to do this where we can charge money for it. And so instead of just tapping into the natural system and making that energy wireless, I decided to find a way to build a generator that can be our power source, so that we can track energy back to and from the source using the currently existing methods, actually. That way, once it's released, I don't have to uh, deal with the potential backlash of the powers that currently are, um, for basically destroying their economy. And they will be less likely to assassinate me for releasing technology that's actually charged for than if I were to make it free. We can make it free later, but for now, I can make it half price.
So, which phase are you in with this project? Is this something you've been
The
working on?
designs are complete, and I've started to acquire certain materials, but I'm still waiting on a certain team of investors to decide whether or not they're going to invest the money that I need in order to purchase the rest of the materials and tools that I need to acquire in order to build the prototype. And that's proving to be very difficult because nobody wants to invest money without there already being a prototype, and I need at least $200,000 to build the prototype. So that's kind of a catch-22. And that's why I'm working on these other investment systems for myself to see if I can somehow manage to come up with the money myself in case none of the investors say yes. This is the third investor that I have come across that's interested, but is probably more than likely going to say no anyway. It's too much risk. There's no prototype yet. Well, I know. I don't have $200,000. That's the whole point in asking you.
Yeah, that's
And I
why.
don't have any friends that have the tools I need.
Yeah, it'd be badass to be able to fund the entire ecosystem, so that ecosystem could distribute that those funds to whichever project, as we were saying. I think that's the easiest, a more practical way of being able to facilitate these resources, this transformative capital, is to, as if to say, hey, look, this is like the United Nations, but on a different level. And there's even inter micronational organizations that are doing UN like style constructs. So
Interesting.
I imagine that is more impact or easier or more digestible, relatable, and influential for these investors, so that even on our end is we're able to then now have a central mechanism to raise funding to and then distribute on the other end. So whether
Uh,
um,
Go ahead.
yeah, to like fund various initiatives amongst different sectors, right, and projects, and just like building one big ass startup studio or venture builder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would help us grow Metagaiaes a heck of a lot more easily, because that in and of itself provides incentive for people to join.
Exactly.
Like, oh, you'll fund my entire startup and I won't have to pay you back as long as I join your society. Okay.
Right. And no shit, I'm trying to see what is the most surrendering to what the highest timeline for our dental practice. Well, first of all, I see the dental practice being a part in its evolutionary process of being in a health and wellness ecosystem of other holistic practitioners. So you could say other holistic organisms. And the most ideal scenario is for that to be anchored into a regenerative community or a Metagaiaes, right? Unified nation, because no long like what we're doing right now, for instance, is so disorganized. Most of us are commuting to work, and that's 45 minutes of, well, over 2 hours of their life being wasted on driving. And then two, we're nested within the old structures. So when we're talking about relying on the city for water and electricity, just like what just happened last week, or paying a private landlord that we're paying rent 9,000 plus a month, and that guy isn't part of our ecosystem or constellation. How can we're not sitting even on our own property. So if that's not
that's a really big aspect of our alternative society, is the ownership of that property, so that we could turn it into private property. And as private property, like our own personal homestead is our personal property. It's all private property, legally speaking, but there's still the difference between personal property and public property, right? Being that it's private property, we're keeping it out of the jurisdiction of the nation whose borders it's in. However, how that property is used as personal property or for public, accommodation, like as a business, for example, determines whether it's technically personal property or public property, right? So anything that's a public accommodation where the members of Metagaiaes work or shop at is also technically part of the administration, right? Because every member of every business or organization in our society is, they have their own administration within their own business or organization that they have to manage. And that business or organization is also, part of the administration of society as a whole. And, especially when we finally launch the social media type system for the administration, we no longer even need to gather at a certain place at a certain time in order to hold our meetings. They can happen right where we are at our current places of work, right? So, for that reason, it's technically public property, but nonetheless, it's private property, legally speaking, which protects us from the laws of the nations that we are within. So property ownership is an important thing. And that's another reason to have before Holobank is created, to have the philanthropic organization, so that we can help people acquire the property instead of having to rent it out from another landlord, so that we can turn it into our private property.
These really high conscious developers and acquire land and assets for the ecosystem. Because you're saying it's brilliant, because what we're doing is we are unifying the polarity of private ownership and then taking care of or having it for the commons. You could say public ownership, right? Is that you do maintain your own private localized space property, but it's also part of the collective that's stewarding, because they're all participating members of the administration or the planetary federation, right? So, and necessarily, yeah, they have private still good, and then now you're also stewarding that land collectively.
Right. That's the correct word for it, stewarding. Managing, yeah. And I mean, it might be owned in name by one person or held in trust by a few people, being, the owners of the, or well, we call them the owners of the business now. And in the future, I suppose we'll call them the trustors and trustees, because that's one of the things we're eventually going to have to get rid of is this whole concept of ownership, right? Because if there's no trade, there's no money. When we get to a real free access society, there's no ownership, there's management, right? And personal property is managed by, the personal people that live on that property. Um, but business property, organization property, for example, is managed by everyone that works at it. Everybody's participating essentially in the management of that property. So that's and that's actually I'm glad you this came to my attention. It reminded me of this. Um, One of the things that I have written at this point in time for the alternative society, and the reason being is because every business and organization um, participates in the social administration of the society at large. I don't know if this is actually important or not. I pretend that it's important, because of the way things currently work in current politics. Like, for example, senators can only be senators for so long, and then there's a re-election, and they can only, be in there for some. Well, actually, there is no term limits on senators, but for example, the president can only be president for 4 years, then he's got to be re-elected, but he can only have two total terms, that kind of thing. Um, so right now, it's set so that, for example, you can be the trustor, which is the owner of that business, for a 4-year term, and then you have to be reelected, right? And it's currently set so that you can skip the first reelection, right, and go straight into a second term if you choose to do that. But after that, after 8 total years, you have to actually go through an election process to either be reelected as the trustor or have somebody else elected in your place. I don't know if that's actually the right way of doing it or not. Right? That's one of the most important things I think that the first people that get involved, need to consider and take a vote upon whether or not that should be changed. For example. Um, as far as the things that I have set so far for it. What do you think about that? Because I mean, that's in a way kind of trampling on the passions and uh, hard work of the person that had the original vision for that organization or business, and got it up running and started, and all of that, did all the hard work to get it to that point, just to have them replaced 8 years later. But then at the same time, you look at what's going on in some certain businesses where eventually they actually start to fail and stagnate because of the same owner still being in place. So where is the balance on that is the question.
Yeah, and I do feel that is the holy grail, right? In a way where it's, I mean, I don't have the perfect answer to that either, but I think us being aware of it allows for the potentialities to emerge that will come up with the most aligned system for that time period. And as we're talking about, this is an evolutionary living thing, so it will change over time. Um, yeah, because you take a company like, let's say, Apple, right, where Jobs was the
That's
visionary.
exactly the example I was thinking about when I wrote the chapter on it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, does that leave the people of Apple in better hands because he's no longer there? Were they dependent on a visionary to reach these thresholds? In a way, if that were to be the case, which I think it is, then you're not tapping into that. You're not creating these structures to be allowing for people to be of point at their power to add to the vision collectively, individually and then collectively, by just having those systems and processes in place, right? Um, yeah,
That's probably going to be one of the more sensitive subjects amongst especially the early founders and members of Metagaiaes, for sure.
yeah.
Probably.
But the fact that I just love the structure of the administration and council, because I was wondering, like when I was decoding the United Nations and how they have the general assemblies and then the secretary groups to do the day by day administrative task and things of that nature. I was like, there has to be a more elevated way, more council-like way to operate and to have governance, right? Because we're not can't just duplicate and mimic what they're doing, because we're going on this evolutionary journey. It can't be more of the same.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
And you're taking it from a universal construct and anchoring it down into the localized systems and structures, like bringing in that level of order into such a thing as a business. It's crazy.
And a much larger level of accountability as well. See, the way a lot of the work is done in, the current, administrations like the UN or the US government is it's so easy to pass on the buck of responsibility or the blame because, oh, well, my subordinates, made a mistake and that's not what I told them to do. And it's, well, in our administration, you're responsible for and accountable for the work that is done by you, right? And everything is tracked, right, through paperwork. So whoever did what, we can track that back to that specific person so that they have to take accountability for it. Listen, you made a mistake, paperwork tracked it back to you, right? And so you're now responsible for making good on that mistake, kind of a thing. So there's no more passing on the buck.
Yeah, yeah. It's about taking, and that's part of sovereignty is
exactly taking accountability.
Right. No more of these victimization dynamics. Yeah.
There's a lot more paperwork involved in that respect, though. You think there's a lot of paperwork involved in our current administrations? There's going to be a lot more paperwork involved in ours, which is going to make it a lot more beneficial once we finally have that social administration system to take care of all that paperwork for us. And based on holochain technology so that it's always accurate.
Yeah, and I was looking at Maharishi's so they have their own micronation technically with the city out in Iowa, I believe, but they have a global peace organization that seems to serve the vision of what he was wanting to create with the divine administration and government, where they had the central administration and you have it the 12 ministries, which represents the 12 sectors. But how
I'm not familiar with that, actually.
Yeah, how they chose to, because if I remember it correctly, Maharishi was saying if you're embodied at a level of consciousness, then it doesn't matter which social governing structure you implement. So like for their global peace organization, they have, I forget the name of the role, but he appointed one person to lead and be the visionary for that organization and this administration. So it wasn't like this innovative.
See, that's entirely contradictory, though. Yeah. I mean, well, because you read my article where I point out his contradictions.
Yeah. not gonna lie, I have to go back and really absorb and download more about all the writings, and that was my intention too. I just wanted to connect with you first, and cultivate resonance, see what's there, and then go back and really absorb a lot conceptually all of this information, and then also seeing it where it synergizes. Because I do feel if that's the most aligned potentiality, is that yeah, there are some pieces of the puzzle that could be integrated into this alternative society. Um, yeah, I was just wondering, what are your thoughts as far as um, just
Maharishi's ideas.
yeah, no, well, not his ideas, but basically what I have been tuning into, and all the pieces of the puzzles that I've gathered, and seeing how that, if it's in alignment, of course. So to see how that could synergize, because
Well, the synergy is there. It's just the people aren't there yet. I mean, whatever you gravitate towards is what you're going to gravitate towards. Whatever you align with is what you're going to align with. Everyone's going to align with whatever they want. But I'm fairly confident that the system I've developed is this is a terrible word for it, but the overarching system that eventually everybody is going to end up participating in, including all of the other alternative societies that are being created right now. Like I said, there's all these different soul families, but eventually they all link to the entire collective consciousness of the entire human race. And the system that I've designed is based on that collective consciousness, right? So various soul families within the collective consciousness might for now gravitate towards, say Michael Tellinger's One Small Town, or S7's Infinite World Game, or this or that micronation, or whatever the case may be. But eventually all of these alternative societies are, going to begin unifying with each other into a global society, right? And I'm just trying to take all of those different fractals and bring them together into the collective consciousness a little bit faster, Like maybe I'm way too ahead of my time, maybe it's no matter how hard I try, it's just going to take that natural route of the slow path. But ultimately, it's inevitable that the system that I've developed is going to be used by the entire collective consciousness of humanity, because that's what it is. It is the representation, the manifestation of that representation of how the collective consciousness operates in the first place. The organizational system is based on that as it already stands. So there's all these different ideas, but they're all just fragments and pieces of this idea. You know what I'm saying? And some people think they don't harmonize with it yet, but that's because uh, they're not yet at the level where they can understand it. They're looking at the piece and not the puzzle, so to speak.
yeah. So let's say tomorrow you have Tellinger's group and the Infinite World Game, all of the more you could say of this central planetary organizational level. How would they? How would we? How would you go about synergizing that? Um,
I would basically, I mean, they're all smaller communities to begin with. The only one that, I mean, while they have the goal of becoming, all right, actually, let's just fast forward this 50 years, right? Let's say all those societies are also growing as global societies, and my society, Metagaiaes, is also growing as a global society. Um, and they start to realize that, we would be better off unifying together, right?
yeah.
So basically, the way it would work, the way I see it right now, in any case, is that Michael Tellinger's society, in and of itself, would now become like a whole organization, so to speak, when they join Metagaiaes, right? So, and that organization breaks down into its various layers uh, through the incorporation of the meritocracy to figure out where their members fall within the councils, right? And then the same for the Infinite World game, right? And that's also the same for any religious organization that joins, right? So let's say the United Methodist Church wanted to join our alternative society. Well, that's a very large global organization, right? So the same thing there. They join as an organization, which then incorporates the meritocracy, and that therefore decides, which members participate on which councils.
So by that point in the collective consciousness, let's say to even bring a grounded scenario, as in, okay, if my organization decides, do I want to implement holacracy, sociocracy, light leadership, or meritocracy? You're saying eventually meritocracy, because it's aligned to the collective consciousness, will be the operating system.
Right, because that's how nature itself operates, right? It's maybe I sound a bit cocky when I say that, but I mean, I've been researching natural law and sacred geometry and the organizational system of nature for a very long time now. And it's all based on sacred geometry. I mean, when you look at the flower of life pattern, right, everything in reality, from every electromagnetic field to every planetary system to every galaxy to every ecosystem, is designed based on this flower of life pattern, which eventually begets the fruit of life symbol, which begets Metatron's cube, right, which is what the meritocracy is based on, right? It's a system of orbitals, right? I mean, you look through, this is the meritocracy in a nutshell. Satellites orbit planets, planets orbit stars, stars orbit galaxies, galaxies orbit galaxy clusters orbit the universe. That's the organizational system in a nutshell. And that's how the entire universe operates. So, eventually it's got to come to that point where people just start to realize, oh yeah, this is how it operates. And if we incorporate this structure and we use this structure, we can't not operate in harmony with nature, because we are operating based on the principles of nature.
Yeah, that's powerful stuff, because for myself, when I was putting together, I call it the mothership, right? And we call it the Central Planetary Organization, the planetary administration. That seems to be, I mean, I didn't get obviously as deep, and how you were able to construct the universal order and seeing how that all works and then applying it here. But when I was tuning into the mothership, I was thinking, okay, that's like the galactic core. And then you have the other collectives and sectors, organizations, and then going down from there. But I didn't. So that's why I really resonated when I saw your work, and how it just put all of these components down from the universal order into this way of organizing is fucking amazing.
And this particular form of organization makes it so that there is no hierarchy of power and authority, right? It can't be organized in that way when you use this organization system. Everyone has their own sphere of influence, just like every planetary body or every celestial body has its own electromagnetic field, right? The planet orbits the sun. It doesn't orbit the galaxy. The sun orbits the galaxy. So the planet indirectly orbits the galaxy, but it doesn't directly orbit the galaxy. If the sun decided to shoot out of the galaxy all of a sudden, the Earth's not going to remain in the galaxy. It's going to follow the fucking sun. You know what I'm saying? Because it's tethered to that sphere of influence, right? So And each sphere of influence is a semi-closed system unto itself, hence sovereignty, right? Every moon, every planet, every star is sovereign unto itself, right? With its own electromagnetic field. And so when you incorporate this into it, right, it puts everyone on an equal ground, right? A galaxy exists as a flat plane, right? There is no pyramid structure to a galaxy, right? There's no pyramid structure to the entire universe. There's no pyramid structure to any orbital system, right? They all exist on a flat orbiting plane, right? Now, the sun exerts an influence over the planets that orbit it, right? But it does not exert authority or power over them, right? Just influence. And as you recall from earlier, influence gives us a choice, right? Authority does not. Influence does. But it also makes us responsible, right? Because our planet exists within this solar system, right? Its ecosystems can only be created according to the light that is being received by the sun, right? So that places certain limitations upon the planet, right? Um, in accordance to what it can and cannot create. And that makes the planet responsible, in a sense, to create according to the natural laws of this solar system sphere of influence. Um, but it doesn't take free will away from the planet in the sense that it can create how it chooses to create according to the laws that are set and the influence that it's working within, right? And then it's responsible for its own creations, right? Our planet can't blame Venus for the problems that are experienced on this planet, you know? That's just the way it works. It has to take responsibility for itself. And so when you incorporate these universal principles into the organizations of our administrations and our businesses, it takes, you know, functionally, it's really no different than a hierarchical system, but perspectively, right, perceptually, it's different. It runs under a different paradigm and it causes a different perspective. It causes, and therefore, it causes different behaviors, right? Forces people to operate from that sense of sovereignty, right? Uh, it allows people to exist on an even level of power and authority, as it should be, as it is throughout the entire universe.
What was your creative process as you were to plugging all of this in?
My creative process, well, I was actually working on building an invention at the time of discovering all of this. So my creative process was geared towards figuring out how to create free energy using nothing but magnets, actually. That's what the creative process was at the time. I was like, there must be a way. I know that, you know, planets orbit stars and stars orbit a galaxy. How can I take that and turn that into a system of magnets that orbit around each other in order to produce free energy? And so, yeah, that was my creative process when I first started to make these realizations.
Amazing. And how about saying being aligned to the collective consciousness? What are your, what's it like on a day to day, as far as your tools and methods to stay in alignment, stay tuned into
Well,
the consciousness, so that this is
before
yeah.
before my emotions came back, it was just a constant attunement to the collective consciousness. You know, it was I didn't have a self. You know, and that's one of the big things that emotions do is it basically gives you your personality, so to speak. So without those emotions, I didn't have my own personality really. I didn't have my own self, so to speak. So I just kind of was always in attunement with whatever was going on in the collective consciousness at any given moment, you know, which made me very intuitive, right? Life was extremely easy. It was very easy for me to make decisions on a moment to moment basis because I didn't have to think for myself. You know, the thinking was done for me and the answer was given to me. That's just the way my life was until my emotions kicked in. Um, and that's how I received a lot of the information that I received before my emotions came back. Was I would just ask a question, and the answer, if it didn't immediately come to me, would come to me, within 24 hours. Something would happen, and I'd be like, "Oh, that's my answer," and yeah. But ever since emotions kicked in for me, I've been trying to get back to that point. And I'm starting to now. Recent experiences, and by recent, I mean literally over the past few days, have been leading me to finally be able to calm my emotions back down to the level that they were at before, so that I can tune back into my empathy and my clarity and the the clairsentience that I used to have in connection with the collective consciousness. And it's a slow process, but I'm getting back there. I'm getting back there. It was definitely necessary for me to experience these emotions at this stage in my life and have to work through that to get back to this point, though, for sure. It was definitely necessary.
Why do you think that is right now in divine timing that your emotions are getting um, activated at this point?
Well, I certainly would not have been able to piece this information together, all the information that I've been gathering over the years of not having the emotions, without finally being able to have compassion for the human race and the human condition, right? I mean, I had all the information, but I wasn't able to piece it together in just such a way, without the level of compassion that I have now. Um, I mean, literally pre amnesia, pre emotions, the only solution that I could come up with for all the problems in society was just nuke the fucking planet, destroy humanity, and we'll solve all the problems. That was my solution. Um, but having gained compassion for humanity and the human condition, the human emotional condition, um, was allowed me to be able to take all of that information that I had received over the past years of not having emotions and put it together in a different way, that culminated into the alternative society solution.
So you could say you were making your way back into wholeness.
I am. I'm making my way back into wholeness. I fragmented with my emotions into an individual ego, and that was absolutely necessary because until you experience an individual ego, you can't really claim to be human, because that's what it means to be human at the third density level of experience, right? Um, and God, pre-emotion, I used to think that I was a sixth density being. I now believe that it was actually a sixth density being that was inhabiting my body, like a walk-in, if you've ever heard of those, um, who is helping me get through that time in my life, basically, being the state that I was in, which is probably why I was so connected to the collective consciousness. Um, uh, because at this point, having my individuality back, or having it for the first time, is what it really feels like. Um, it kind of like, I remember when I first got my individuality back, one of the first questions I asked myself, before my memories started coming back to me, or just as they were first starting to come back to me, was, who the hell has been living my life for the past 25 years? Because every memory that came back to me was coming back to me as a result of a similar experience I was having now. And my memory would say that, that time I made this decision, and my emotions this time are going, that decision's fucked up. I don't want to make that decision. That's not what my emotions tell me to make. Um, and so that's why I was like, who the hell was living my life for the past 25 years? And then as, a year or so went by of experiencing these memories coming back in that form, I finally started to realize that, that previous self life for me was a hell of a lot smarter than I was. And that's when it finally started to dawn on me that making decisions purely out of emotion is not the wisest decision. And that's when it started to dawn on me, oh my God, this is how like virtually every human being makes decisions. They don't think, they just feel their way through it. They make a decision based on what they're feeling. But it finally occurred to me, emotions are only half of the equation. The other half is, right, because emotions are only telling you how something makes you feel, right? But everybody has a different perspective. Everybody's going to get a different emotion from the same circumstance, right? How things make me feel has nothing to do with how the same circumstance makes other people feel, right? So now I have to suddenly be aware of how my reaction to that circumstance makes other people feel, right? That's the other half of the equation. How do my actions, my decisions emotionally affect other people? Not just how do other people's actions emotionally affect me, right? So, that's the other half of the equation that I started to figure out over. And, that's when I really started to be able to build compassion for other people, realizing the condition that we're all under and how we all have to kind of make that realization. And then it's nobody's fault that they haven't yet realized it, because emotions are fucking powerful and it's really difficult to see past them.
Mm-hmm.
But I was in a unique position of having spent 25 years without emotions, having all of those memories to draw upon to be able to help me make that realization much more quickly than I otherwise ever would have been able to. Most people, if they make that realization at all, it comes in their middle ages, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years into their life. And that's with them living with emotions from day one, being fortunate enough to have lived for so long without those emotions, living with such clarity and gaining those memories that I could access after receiving emotions allowed me to make these realizations within 1 to 2 years.
Got the ultimate cheat code.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's been an interesting ride.
Do you know your soul origins as far as soul originations?
Well, pre-emotions, when I thought the walk-in was me, I thought I was a 6 density life form from Andromeda, the Andromeda galaxy. So now I'm pretty sure that was just him that was from the Andromeda galaxy. Me, this individual consciousness, I believe was actually um, one of the what's the word for it? I'm trying to remember what Mission Guide called it in his book, Decoding the Hive. He talks about these 3 different types of indigos. So there's the indigos and there's the angelic humans, right? The angelic humans are the naturally existing humans that have always been the human beings. And then there's the 3 different types of indigos. One of those types is ascended masters who have come down to help. The other type is the evolved version of the angelic human, having evolved to the next level. And then the other type is one of the evil beings, actually, that, like the Anunnaki, for example, the narcissistic overlords, who have decided at some point that they no longer wish to be on the side of evil and would like to be given the opportunity to become a human being and then evolve as an angelic human into the next level of angelic humanity. And based on the fact that I used to be a sociopath without emotions and some of the decisions that I've made and some of the things that I've done and realizations that I've had, I think I might be that particular type of indigo who used to be of an evil narcissistic origin, an enslaver of the human race, who is actually now trying to be an angelic human and evolve to the next level of angelic humanity along with you guys. Basically turning a complete 180.
But another synchronicity, Cameron, is, dude, so another soul tribe that I met at the end of last year, at the end of 2019, heading into 2020, right in solstice weekend, when we had our sacred union wedding, was her name is Z. So how I knew she was soulkin was because she was on a podcast talking about Andromeda, and then that just resonated so deeply with me. And then it turns out we do have our latest, you could say, most previous galactic experience was from Andromeda. And
Okay,
actually,
so there are others from Andromeda. Cool. Well,
yeah,
so you resonate with being from Andromeda too, then.
yeah, I do for sure.
Okay,
We're actually
you're
gonna.
the you're the first person I've met to, if not realize that, then admit that. So that's really cool.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, gonna name our first community Cassiopeia. That's what's coming through, and Cassiopeia
Ah,
borders the Andromeda galaxy. So interesting to see how that plays out. Or
hmm.
I have the honor to say our first Metagaiaes.
So many synchronicities have been happening this past week. I almost have to wonder um, what's going on with that and why it's happening. I mean, literally, just people that I've been meeting this past week, you and that other girl that I just told you about that we had a synchronicity with. Um, and then this particular website that I came across called modernmasters.org. Have you heard of it?
No, I haven't. I'm gonna put that down.
Yeah, so very interesting. Modernmasters.org. They're all about creating an alternative society as well, but right now they're not at the point where they're actually creating a literal alternative society. What they're doing is they've created like an online kind of alternative society type of thing. Um, uh, with various different realms. They call it Ethereum realms. But you know, they're into occult magic, Kybalion type teachings, all you know, philosophy, everything as deep as it goes. Just like the secret societies, like the cabals, except you know, rather than operating in secrecy like the cabals do. I mean, they're still private, but rather than operating in secrecy and you know, for selfish reasons, you know, their whole thing is the world is evolving, and just like we understand, the world is evolving, humanity is evolving. It needs alternative societies to evolve into, um, and everything about them, I just like totally resonated with once I came across them and started reading their website. I've literally read almost every page on their website just yesterday when I discovered them. I became a member, and I'm trying to become what's called a constellation member. And this is why I find it interesting that you mentioned the word quests, because that's the particular word that they use in their online alternative society. Is you're given certain quests, but right now their online alternative society is like a school of sorts. It's a place to learn about esoteric things from based on which path you resonate with, like which type of ascended master you kind of are. Um, and Yeah, I think you'll find them quite intriguing. Should definitely check them out.
So it's more of a has a mystery school component to it.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. They are a mystery school.
Yeah. They're also a public benefit corporation, which is also what I've been um, curious about is if we are able to maybe if it's in alignment to form some sort of uh, our own legal structure to what a in terms of your language a metocracy type of organization, but at the legal structure.
Well,
Um,
the legal structure, like everything legal in Metagaiaes and the meritocracy or any organization, um, basically comes down to private equity law, right? So there's all sorts of different jurisdictions in the world, man-made jurisdictions that are, but only one of them is a direct reflection of natural law, and that's private equity law, right? So, um, and whenever any other jurisdiction can't be used, everything defaults to private equity law because private equity law is contract law. You'll hear that a lot, contract law, right? So if a jurisdiction can't make a ruling, then it's, you know, it all comes down to the terms and conditions of the contract, right? Um, and that's what private equity law is all about. It's about private contracts between private people, right? So, for example, when you create a business, right, um, instead of creating that as a corporation or a limited liability company or a limited partnership or any of these other publicly registered versions for limited liability, you register it as a natural law trust, or it's not even registered. You create it as a natural law trust or a private business trust, both of which operate in private equity law as private contracts between private people. So basically, you know, in my case, for example, like I'm the only person in my business, so that kind of makes it a bit dangerous for me. You don't necessarily want to be the only person in the contract because a contract technically requires at least two people. But you can do it that way. You can create a contract with yourself, um, in which case you're basically making a contract between your real name and your straw man trade name. But a whole nother lesson for another time. Um, in your case, you run a bigger practice from the sound of it. So basically, you would choose certain people, if not everyone else, in your organization to be the trustees, right? So you would be the trustor of the trust, right? Um, and then you would have certain or you could be a trustee. It doesn't matter. I don't want to get too complicated on you, so I'll try and keep it simple. So let's say you're the trustor, and then you choose somebody else to be the trustee, and then everyone else is the beneficiaries, right? The so-called employees would be the beneficiaries. Um, and so now that's a private contract between private people. And basically, you just, instead of drawing up articles of organization or articles of incorporation, you would basically draw up a trust indenture agreement. Same thing, different legal title, right? Terms and conditions, how the business is supposed to operate, what the roles and responsibilities of each party is, um, how profits are to be shared, how people are to be paid, et cetera, yada, yada, you know, all the different bylaws and so on and so forth um, go into that contract. And then you and the trustees sign it. And that's now a private contract between private individuals. It's not registered with the government. It does not owe income tax. It does. It technically, it's not in the jurisdiction of U.S. law or Connecticut law or Texas law or municipality laws. So it gives you a lot more freedom to operate the way you want to operate without having to worry so much about whether or not you're breaking any laws. And then you just take that trust indenture agreement basically and use that to create a bank account for the business. And that's that. Private equity law. No government interference whatsoever.
Damn. Has this been a do you know of practical scenarios that like have we done this before that you know of, or
I haven't actually set up a natural law trust for myself yet. Reason being is because I'm in a fortunate position where I don't need the trust in order to legally avoid income taxes because I very slowly peeled myself away from the IRS accidentally over like a decade period of time. And I just kind of fell off their radar. And as a sole proprietor, which I currently am, income tax is therefore voluntary, right? Because according to Internal Revenue Code, income tax is voluntary except for government employees and registered companies, right? So if it's an incorporation or an LLC, it's automatically now mandatory. It has to pay income taxes, right? As a sole proprietor, I don't have to. It's my voluntary choice. And because I fell off their radar, they're not looking for me, right? Whereas if I was paying taxes for the first 5 years of running my business, and then I suddenly just decided, oh, it's voluntary, I'm going to stop paying my income taxes. Well, they're going to send their agents after me and try to convince me that it's not voluntary. And now I have to play the whole game of what's called a conditional acceptance, where you say, I will accept your offer to pay income taxes on the condition that you prove to me that it's mandatory that I have to pay. And usually when you start to take that stance, then they want to take you to court and sue you. And then you have to play that game in court. And of course, you'll always win because the court has to rule according to the truth. And when it comes right down to it, Internal Revenue Code backs that up as the truth. There's nowhere in Internal Revenue Code or United States Code that says a sole proprietor is mandated to pay income taxes, or any employee for that matter. Only registered corporations and government employees. It's just a really annoying game to have to play should you end up having to play that game. But if you're already established in business or you're on the IRS radar, then, you know, and either way, it's still a good idea to, if you're a larger business, especially if you're making a lot of money, because the IRS has many ways and scare tactics of trying to pull you back into their system, but they're highly limited when you operate as a natural law trust or a private business trust. Why? Because they operate as a private business trust. And if they force you to pay income taxes or make it legal for private business trusts to pay income taxes, they just fuck themselves over. They shot themselves in the foot. And they don't want to do that because they don't want to pay income taxes. They want to be the collector of it.
Yeah, that's badass because you also found another loophole to getting out as a citizen of this entire system. And I can't remember the website that you have up, but essentially declaring our sovereignty. Yeah, through that organization you have. That's what you.
Oh, the One Global Estate.
Yeah.
For gaining the internationally protected person status. Yep.
Right. Man. Yeah,
And then there's the other organization that I work with that I'm trying to publicize more and more because I'm actually an affiliate market for them. Is called Brilliance in Commerce, and they're the organization that can help you set up a natural law trust.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I saw that at the end of the book, and I was wanting to jump back into that and research that organization. Cool.
By the way, in order to make any property private property by law, right, to remove it from their jurisdiction, you have to put that property into a natural law or private business trust. That's the only way.
Mm.
So all of these businesses that are out there that try to say that they're private property, they're not private property. They don't have their property in trust. They don't even know what private property really is.
Mm. Yeah, it's a lot to absorb, man. And I'm going to definitely study more of your material. The New Age Order, and seeing how that fits into the timeline that I'm intuiting for ourselves here in Houston. I know we're stationed in Houston, especially after what went down in Texas. That not only are we at the center hub for human trafficking along the border, but also we are in the medical industry complex. So, with the components alone, I feel we are here to anchor what is coming through as Cassiopeia, um, as the first sovereign community, sovereign evolutionary community, and really try to galvanize integrative health practitioners and do things in a new paradigm nested within a regenerative community with whether a circular type community like a Venus Project type of design or things of that nature. But
On that note, I'm starting to become skeptical about the Venus Project. I know I did write about them in my book, and I cite their resource-based economy as basically the ideal form of a free access economy that we have to eventually get to. But I recently visited their website
yeah, yeah.
after publishing that book, and so they're backed by the UN now,
Hmm.
right?
You know what? I don't want to
Which means they're probably totally in on the sustainability acts. And
Damn.
I'm pretty sure the UN has already selected the Venus Project as the builders for their human, what do they call their human farms? Um, their mega city human farms. What do they call those? Human habitation zones. So I'm pretty sure that's where the Venus Project is heading. They're heading right into the New World Order. Nonetheless, their idea for the resource-based economy still stands as the ideal, just not in the New World Order version of it that it'll end up becoming through them. We have a totally different vision for it.
Damn. I was, it's crazy because I was going to ask an intuitive friend if she would be able to have like a consciousness scan in terms of the organizational field energetically of it to see if there's levels of distortion. So, I mean, you verified it right there that there could be a potential for interference. Or
I even contacted. Years ago I contacted Meadow Brooks, I think her name is. Um, she's basically the current head of the organization, if you will. Um, I contacted Meadow Brooks years ago about my alternative society idea, and she actually responded to me and said, "Your idea is not in alignment with what we're doing. Please look somewhere else." And so I was like, "Well, okay." And couldn't. She was very rude about the way she said it too, which really struck me. I was like, "You don't appear to be this rude when you're on video." But in any case, after looking at the updates on their website recently, I decided to send her another email. And I basically sent her an email, number one, saying, I don't think it's a good idea to get involved with the UN, blah, blah, blah. This is why UN sustainability acts are unsustainable, blah, blah, blah. This is why, this is what they're trying to do. And then I led into, I have a plan for how to make the resource-based economy become a reality, how to make the Venus Project become a reality. And so I laid out, the summary of my plan and said, you need to read my book for the rest of the details. No response, nothing, totally ignored.
yeah, shit.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if even from day one, if they were on the other side of things with Jack Frisco, and was it a form of deception or it just happened to be co-opted?
I mean, that's possible. That is
Because
possible. I can't deny the possibility.
they raised so much funding, I'm sure, and contributions, but they never actually implemented any of the um, to make it an actual.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've received tens of millions of dollars in funding by now.
Yeah, and to see nothing have besides a research center.
The one research center in Florida, yeah.
They didn't build that out fully, so.
So what are they doing with the rest of that money is the question.
Right. But what are your thoughts on the circular city urban design of a community? Are you in alignment to that? Because I feel this is how cities
I
or
love their designs. I
yeah,
love their concepts. I'm just really disheartened that they're falling into the UN New World Order trap.
yeah,
I really wanted the Venus Project to join Metagaiaes because I think if they operated with us instead of the UN, they could have a lot of really good things to contribute. Um, but I don't think they're interested in our version of society. Apparently, they still prefer the hierarchical model of authoritarianism.
Mhm. So with the Metagaia's Alternative Society Project, and you're saying the planetary administration, that is the other alternative to UN.
Yeah, that's basically the whole idea. Yeah, that's why I decided to call the book "The New Age Order" because they literally wrote a book called "The New World Order." So I was like, all right, I'll write a book called "The New Age Order" because it's all about the new age of enlightenment, right?
Yeah, man. Dude, that's crazy because this whole time, as I've been decoding, it's all the main drive is similar, is exactly like yours. Is okay, I see you, now I could raise you higher, right? Is seeing their game and then playing it in a different
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
you know?
I mean, it's not like we can get rid of them. You know, they're going to be around as long as they have human beings that support them. You know, so the best thing that we can do is provide another option and start taking people away
Yeah,
from their support. You know, and eventually, over time, um, people that support them will, you know, die off, whether naturally or artificially, due to the bullshit that they do, and others will continue joining us, and eventually our society will become larger than theirs, and eventually they'll just disappear altogether, leaving us behind.
yeah. The bifurcation,
Yep.
yeah, and yeah, from a human level, it is. I mean, just for ourselves, we have large families, my wife and I, and just seeing the bifurcation happen is it's like it's tough, but this is what we signed up for. So
Yeah, yeah, that's the hardest part is the division of the families. I got a
yeah,
pretty large family too, and most of them are pretty heavily indoctrinated. So it's really difficult talking with them. Like my dad just died recently, and so that incites a lot of communication with my family. And save your pity, I have a totally different view on death than most people. For me, it's like congratulations, you graduated. Um, so, but you know, having to converse with so many indoctrinated members of my family now, and it's just like, oh my God, I have no fucking clue how to respond to you because everything I want to say will just piss you the fuck off.
and you don't want to get entangled in that.
No, exactly.
Yeah. So are there any members who are activated or activating?
Slowly activating, and those would be the ones that I actually live with. And fortunately, 5 years ago, I made the decision to enter into a multi generational family home environment um, where my mother, my sister, and her two kids live all together with us. Um, and we all share the bills of the house. And so, you know, it was very chaotic at first because, you know, we all had wounds to heal from the past and things to get over. But we finally have gotten to the point where we know, you know, we've healed and we have a very harmonious working relationship in the household now. So it's actually really cool. And it gives me the opportunity to, you know, help keep them informed on a daily basis of all the things that I learn and you know how COVID-19 is bullshit and you know don't get the vaccine because it'll kill you And they don't study like I do, unfortunately, which you kind of have to. You can't rely on other people to tell you everything. You have to do your own research. That's a personal responsibility that everybody, has to be responsible for themselves with. You cannot rely on others to educate you because that's indoctrination. Um, you have to read everything, gather every story from every angle, so you can draw your own conclusions. It's the only way to have not individuality of mind, but what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, you know what I mean, right? Like, I guess I'll call it sovereignty of mind. But at least they do have me to indoctrinate them here and there, which helps to unindoctrinate them from the television, which they unfortunately watch way too much of.
Yeah, I feel that the fact that you're in a physical setting with them, you're able to metaphysically have your hologram, which is, you could say, having more of the correct codes and
Yeah,
they're
they have no choice but to be immersed in my vibration. Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah,
my vibration is always constantly helping. But that was actually one of the struggles that I had to deal with over the past year was, their vibration trying to bring mine down versus my vibration trying to bring theirs up, and how do I keep my vibration from going down while I'm in this situation? But what doesn't kill you make you stronger.
mm, this is one of the multidimensional multitasking things that we're doing is just fucking healing and bringing that crystalline consciousness down our lineage, ancestral lineage.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big work in itself. Yeah. So until these recent years, it's been, as I'm sure for all of us, just a fucking lonely type of experience, or how's that been for you?
It was certainly lonely for me until COVID-19 happened. I didn't really have, I mean, I met people here and there, like the S7 group, for example, and Holochain and things like that. But, communications were few and far between with them. It wasn't really a whole lot of relating going on. So it wasn't until after COVID-19 happened that I found people to relate with, excuse me, on a more daily basis. And I didn't even start making deeper connections with them until this past week. And that's a few of them, and that's because it just so happens that I'm connecting with my fellow Andromedons, apparently.
Yeah, yeah. Also, one of my first, you could say, multidimensional healing sessions. It was confirmed about my that I was from Andromeda. That's what the intuitive picked up on. So that's why when I heard the podcast with our other Andromedan tribe member, that's why it just the spidey, the intuition was activated. And I have a theory on that, along with the other friend that I shared about the soul braiding experience, that um, they're going to bring down this angelic medicine of the higher realms to counter as the potent to the vaccinations, because what the vaccinations are doing. That's my theory, because what the vaccinations are doing from a spiritual standpoint is altering our DNA so that
Hmm.
we.
Which forcibly alters our soul in turn, because the DNA and the soul are deeply intertwined. The DNA itself is the physical manifestation of the vibration of the soul. If the soul changes, the DNA changes. If the DNA changes, the soul changes.
Yeah, because they know the ascension process is happening. So they are doing the vaccinations to cut those who are receiving it off from source, off from obtaining that connection
Yeah,
to, yeah.
yeah.
Which, you think about those who already are lining up for it. I mean, one perspective is they've already been body snatched, basically. They've already been checked out from a soul level because that's why they're following the programming. They haven't been listening with their heart or intuition and a higher guidance. So, but now there are going to be souls, and this is who we're going to be in service to, who choose to play with fire and recognize I'm not going to wait another lifetime to say, oh, okay, I fucked up. I can do it in one lifetime and then come back to wholeness, right? So that's what we're going to be in
It's going
service.
to be a hard thing to heal from, those vaccines. I mean, that would definitely take a fucking miracle, that's for sure.
Yeah. So when I was checking in with her recently, she was talking about because she's really intuitive. So she's a galactic shamanic healer. This is how she describes it. And so she's saying she's up leveling so much that she no longer has to, let's say, be on ayahuasca to work at this level. She could now work at this level where she could pull off entities from, figuratively speaking, far, far away, basically. And she wouldn't have this capability prior because she wouldn't be able to have that radar go out to that great of extent.
Well, that's exactly what the ayahuasca is designed to do, is take that third density human into those higher density realms. Yep. So that's interesting because that means she made an evolutionary leap within this lifetime, which is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I just I saw 2222 as we were when you were first sharing that again. But
Interesting.
yeah, and I said the same as for me recently, and I believe this is how we're aligned to having this call. Is I was on a shroom plant tech, healing plant journey with the tribe at the office, and I pretty much had that tech. It hooked me up with my I am presence, like with my galactic universal self. So from that moment, it's just
I've been trying to accomplish that with a shroom trip forever, and I have yet to do that.
yeah.
It's like I keep every single time I do shrooms, like that's my intention, is connect me with my higher selves. Does that ever happen? No, it wants to give me all sorts of other kinds of lessons.
Probably because your
We'll
higher
get there when you're ready. You're not there yet.
your higher aspect was already running the show for so long.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It's interesting because the way that I described that in this conversation was more of a realization that I made in this conversation, and uh, not necessarily the way I had understood it until tonight, actually.
What was that? What was that realization?
About how I used to associate with myself being that sixth density higher form, and then realizing that it was a walk-in, and realizing that that wasn't me, the individual that I am now. If anything, it could be my higher self, um, but just making the connection that it was a separate entity, so to speak, and was allowing me to connect to the collective consciousness of humanity in my state of disemotionality.
Yeah, and you're saying that's
It's a lot of really,
your Andromedan aspect, right?
yeah, my higher self. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's what will happen when we unlock, because I believe everyone.
Apparently, according to Decoding the Hive, apparently the Andromedons came here as evil beings to, you know, aid in the enslavement of the human race. Yeah, so that kind of makes sense with us having this karma to work through, and but now that we get to share in the angelic humanity evolution, right? Because one of the things you do as a sixth density being, you learn this when you get deeper into the Law of One book. One of the things that you do as a sixth density being is you intentionally go and you experience um, um, different races of beings as they're going through their evolutionary moment, their evolutionary lifetime, which is what we're in right now, what we're experiencing right now. So I don't know how accurate or inaccurate decoding the hive is as far as the Andromedons being a kind of evil narcissistic race. But long before I ever read that book, I did have an intuition uh, based on various experiences and just pure intuitive inspiration through a meditation. Like it just suddenly hit me like, oh my God, we evolved to that sixth density, which is a balance between narcissism and compassion. But I evolved to that sixth density in Andromeda through the path of narcissism. Um, but the sixth density itself is neither narcissistic nor compassionate. It's balanced between both, or it's working on balancing both, which is why we're here. Because humanity, like especially if we come from a narcissistic version that evolved to their sixth density from the narcissistic path, it makes sense that we chose to come here because humanity is evolving on the path of compassion, which is the opposite of the evolutionary path that we took. And therefore, we have to experience uh, evolutions like the human race that are on the compassionate path in order for us to rebalance our narcissism with compassion. So it totally makes sense, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah. We hopped on a different timeline to recorrect. That's
Right.
essential.
We're on a path of rebalancing ourselves.
This is where it shows that this is a universal galactic process that involves all different races.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Exactly.
And I heard from one interpretation, the grays that we see in the mainstream. This was from another intuitive. She's saying the grays are future versions of humanity who chose the de-evolution timeline. And
yes, which is like the vaccine that we're going through right now, which is turning people into transsexuals and transhumans, and destroying their ability to reproduce. I believe that's exactly what happened to the Greys, and the Greys are, I'm familiar with that same theory that they traveled back in time to us in order to try and prevent that from happening again. Albeit, the fact that they traveled back in time, it's creating a new timeline. It doesn't change things for them, but it could change things for us. And the fact that they're here means it is changing things for us, which means we're on a different timeline than they were to begin with.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign.
Speaking of timelines, how do you see the timeline unfolding within, let's say, the rest of this year, and particularly in the major cities? Because that's one thing I've been trying to surrender to is, okay, why are we why are we here in a descending hub other than being a service? Because you could.
All I can say as far as that's concerned is do your best to avoid the big cities.
Yeah. So you
Because
see
the big cities are all the areas where the New World Order wants to create their human habitation zones. So we want to do everything we can to stay out of their human habitation zone areas.
Yeah. So it's going to be, well, so this is a Will Smith movie reference, but I Am Legend. Did you ever see that? It's going to be like that, you think?
No, it's not going to be that apocalyptic.
Well, but like,
but
this is just, or, it's just going to be.
it's going to, like I said, it's going to be a very, very slow transition, right? So, for the next 100 years, the New World Order slave society is still going to exist, and our alternative societies are going to exist side by side with that.
Yeah.
And over the next 100 years, their societies are slowly going to dwindle while our societies grow. until their society disappears, you know?
It's more will be on this ascension timeline, and they're just really it's
Right.
not even staying stagnant; it's evolving because
Right. They're destroying themselves while we're creating on top of that. Yeah.
yeah. And this is another perspective that I got during my studies was the reason why we see it as a descending timeline is because you could say the density before is graduating into the next density, which means, let's say, the plant and mineral and animal, like those souls are going to be younger souls, technically. So they're going to now take the place of what was the initial density.
Not for a long time though. Third density is appearing on this planet according to the law of one, the raw material. The third density is shutting down completely, right? So beings of the third density, once they finish dying off completely, will no longer exist on this planet for at least 100,000 years, if not longer, right? Until the next evolutionary cycle comes back around to support that chakra, that density of consciousness on this planet. But the first and the second densities will still exist, meaning the first density refers to matter itself, crystals, the building blocks of life, as it were. The second density refers to insect and animal life, which are the group consciousness levels, whereas the first density is universal consciousness. And then the third density is the individual ego, which is shutting down on this planet, which is why things are going so fucking haywire, because egos are breaking down all over the place. And for some people, that drives them mad, and to others, it drives them to ascension. So the fourth density is what is being created. That's the heart chakra, right, of the planet is being activated, while the solar plexus chakra of the planet is being deactivated. And so that's what we're evolving into, which is the collective consciousness of humanity. So that's just what's going to be for the next 100,000 years or so. And before the third density reactivates and animals and insects can begin re-evolving into new human beings of the third density, we will actually, as a fourth density being, learn how to make ourselves be invisible to the third density, right? Because they exist in the same plane, right? Because they're both physical in nature, right? Just like the second and first density, they're physical in nature. It's not until the fifth density that you become purely non-physical in nature, right? So at the fourth density, if we don't know how to make ourselves invisible to the third density, then they can see us, right? A lot of ghost apparitions that people see are actually instances where a fourth density being accidentally let down their guard for a bit, right? And showed up as an apparition for a moment, and then was like, whoops, and then disappeared themselves again. But there could be literally a fourth density being standing right next to you right now, and you wouldn't even know it. And our worlds are they're not overlaid on top of each other. They're the same fucking world, basically. Yeah, but before the next third density does come back around, we'll learn how to make ourselves and our buildings and our habitats invisible to them as well. And as we evolve, we'll become more able to see the fourth density that already exists, because it already exists. There's already people there waiting for us to join them. Well, I don't know if us Andromedans are joining them or if we're going back to Andromeda after this life, but either way.
Intuitively, I feel that I've been training for this moment in the ascension process for lifetimes, man. I've been here for a while, according to my Akashic records.
My intuition tells me 362 lives. that I've spent here.
Damn. Do you have any insight on how you had what kind of experiences you gained in your for your database to get you to this point?
Only one. I had a dream once of a past life that I lived as either a Syrian or a Persian prince, something of that nature, which was a really fun life, actually. That was a great fucking life. But that's the only one I've remembered,
Yeah.
thanks to a dream that I had. So yeah.
Yeah, my main live streams that were coming up for me were probably about 15 plus years or 15 plus live streams of in the samurai lineage to
Oh.
yeah, I thought that was
I
dope.
wouldn't be surprised if a lot of us spent lives as samurais then, because
Yeah.
I've always been attracted to Japanese culture and especially samurai.
Yeah, I see
So,
that there are pieces behind you.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that and then living a life of royalty. So I synergize those two to what we're going to be doing as far as anchoring down the this divine planetary administration, and that was one of the core elements to my experience on the shrooms was just that feeling of as if we're just chilling with the ascended masters, and you just feel that royalty and majestic, right? Of being in the seat of your own kingdom type of feel. And yeah, the opportunity for humanity to all be in that state of consciousness is going to be powerful. And I believe humanity is supposed to be guardians of this galaxy. I'm not sure if you align with that or heard or came across that material.
They're definitely supposed to be some of the most powerful gods that have ever been created. You see, the language of consciousness is emotion itself, and according to Decoding of the Hive, and I'm very inclined to believe this based on my experiences, human beings are the most emotional creatures. They are the most powerful emotions of all creatures, probably within the whole universe, if not at least between the Milky Way and Andromeda. Um, and again, my own experiences can attest to that. Like having lost my emotions so that the higher sixth density self could walk in, right? Why did I have to lose my emotions in order for that to happen? Because they literally can't tolerate that level of powerful emotion. It's too powerful for them. So, the only way they could walk in on my life is had I experienced a traumatic brain injury and lost 90% of my emotional capacity. So I'm very inclined to believe that that's true. Humanity is very, very emotional, and that's what makes the human evolution so fucking difficult, actually, because emotions are so distracting and so confusing and so hard to get under control, to reach that point of understanding that you can't be focused on just your own emotions. You have to pay attention to how things affect other people's emotions as well, which that's a very difficult thing for human beings to learn and figure out, because it's so hard to get past your emotions. So all that said, yeah, I think humanity is meant to become one of the most powerful creators this galaxy has ever seen. And as such, I hope for the best.
So what's your feel?
Because at higher density levels, human beings have literally the ability to destroy entire solar systems if they want to, with a single outburst of emotion. So I hope for the best.
That's wild.
But in that sense, it's an absolute fucking privilege to experience humanity at this precipice, because it gives us the opportunity to learn how to uh, integrate that level of emotionality into ourselves and bring that back with us. to upgrade our own capacity for emotion through our collective experiences here on Earth.
Yeah, I always knew deep down that we were up leveling our other what we think of higher aspects, but they're, those higher aspects are getting this training work into and mastering themselves to a different level.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly. And technically speaking, the sixth density self from Andromeda is a collective consciousness that is all one. So all of us Andromedans that are here are literally all part of that same collective consciousness. We're different fractals, different egoic fractals and personalities, uh, but of the same singular consciousness, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we were even to trace back the origins further. We had my wife and I, Emily is her name. We had soul reports done, and the soul reports came back with where we originated after we split from source. And um, think of it as where do you live most of your human experiences, where you would call home, right? So for us, it was the Blueprinter soul group and the Mission Roamers. Well, her was Blueprinter and then Palladians, and then I was Blueprinter and Mission Roamer, which aren't, you could say, star seeds. They're more from the angelic realm. Um,
Hmm.
yeah. So
I've
one,
never really gotten along with the Palladians. Every time I meet a Palladian, it's a very clashing circumstance.
they have a different vibe compared to.
Totally different vibe.
But have you heard of the Blueprinter show group?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if there's alignment there too. And interestingly enough, here's another synchronicity that shows these visions are going to be anchored is Z, the other Andromedan. She she was at a grocery store and all of a sudden she saw someone in a car driving by, another Asian woman that looked like to be in her 40s. And she was like, "Holy shit, this looks exactly like me." And she got weirded out. And then all of a sudden she got a download that she got a download that took her into her future self at 40, which was she got this vision of being a galactic ambassador or something, serving as in a United Nations type of a organization. And
Interesting.
I haven't shared with her my vision deeply at the time. So yeah, that shows you it's going to happen. you know.
I never doubted it in the first place, but yeah, that's really cool. That's really interesting.
yeah. So do you see yourself stewarding the highest forms of counsel in this whole constellation? Is that like what's your divine blueprint aside from doing all of the uh, major co-creations and getting the blueprint up and running?
Well, I'm not doing it for us. I'm not doing it for ourselves. I'm not doing it for Andromeda, because we already have that where we come from, which is where I got the idea from in the first place, right? Because it's the same organizational system that's used by every ascended race throughout the universe, except the narcissistic ones, because they function based on the hierarchy, right? But every compassionate race functions based on the meritocracy, right? Um, so that's where the idea comes in the first place. The reason I'm bringing it here is not for us; it's for humans. It's because they are evolving into the fourth density and the polarity of compassion, and so this is the organizational system that they need in order to move forward into that evolution. Because right now they're operating with the organizational system of the narcissists, because the narcissists have been controlling this planet and enslaving them for so long. So they have absolutely no idea that there's even another way of organizing society. And so that's why I have to bring this to their attention, because Otherwise, they'll just keep enslaving themselves and stunting their evolution.
So how do you visualize that to be in your human, in terms of the human experience? Like, let's say when 15 years from now, how do you see it? How do you intuit it?
Well, hopefully, as we already 15 years from now, I hope we have, you know, at least a few thousand businesses around the world and more than double that in members, um, because most of those businesses should have more than one person on the council. So, okay. Where was I?
We're talking about 15 years in, after thousands of
Yeah, intuition.
oh yeah, intuition.
I can't wait to get back to my clairsentience the way I used to have it. And the answer would have already just come to me because you asked me. But yeah, I'm hopeful. And put it this way, having met you today, uh, having met Luis, I think that's how you pronounce her name anyway. I've only talked to her in writing. Um, having met Kristen and the one who edited my books. Um, the fact that I have 59 members in the Metagaiaes Facebook group now, that people are actually reading, some people anyways, are actually reading my books now. I'd say if not this year, then probably by next year, we'll have enough members to launch the Alternative Society and actually ratify it into existence. And other than that, it all depends really on how soon we get. That's right. I forgot about this. So, Brilliance in Commerce, the organization that makes the natural law trusts for us, um, I should be working for them soon, and they're also the ones who introduced me to that elite private invitation only investment platform that I talked about earlier. Um, so he's he's already got a couple people that are beginning to invest in that system. So he should be getting his commission soon from those investments. So pretty soon he's going to be taking a back seat on that business, handing down the reins to somebody else that works in that business. I'm going to have an opportunity to come in and start working in that business, basically writing newsletters for them and anything else I think I can help them with. And that will provide me with more opportunity to find other people to invest in that platform so that I can start making commissions, which will then lead to me being able to invest in that platform, which will lead to us being able to um, uh, invest in other people's ventures. Um, and then I have to go to Maharishi International University as a stipulation. I have to get a bachelor's degree from MIU in order to become the next in line to take over Brilliance in Commerce as the head of that company. So what I plan to do with that company when I take it over, which if everything goes according to plan should be maybe 4 or 5 years from now, maybe a little bit longer. I will be using that company not only to help us create the Natural Law Trust, of course, but also as the philanthropic organization to invest in people's ventures, which then I can also use a Natural Law Trust service for them to create the Natural Law Trust, so to turn into private property and help them get set up with everything they need to be set up to be a part of our um, Metagaiaes. And so 15 years from now, if that happens 5 years from now, we'll be in pretty good shape. We'll be growing pretty steadily. if I get that all finished 5 years from now.
Do you feel it's going to be one of those things where if we use the Marvel universe as an example, as you're doing those 5 years, is that you in your solo origin movie, or is that in the Avengers movie?
Interesting way of putting that. uh, well, my solo origins movie was probably the past 22 years, so that would be closer to the Avengers movies, where things are expanding from there, and there's more co-creation happening rather than me just figuring my shit out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if you're aligned to it, I'm looking forward to sending you over what I've been downloading and seeing if there's synergy or other puzzle pieces of the puzzle that could up level anything. What we're doing.
Absolutely.
Lately.
I'd love to see how it aligns with my work, and learn from it whatever I can, and potentially if I see that I need to incorporate aspects of it into Metagaiaes, definitely work on that with you.
Yeah, beautiful. Because I'm also surrendering to willing to take away all the building blocks I put together and say, okay, this might be just all shit, right? And I wouldn't be attached to it, but I do also feel confident that there would be pieces that could be in alignment so that we could have this be at the highest. I mean, it's already high level what you fucking.
I'm sure there's at least a few gold nuggets in there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just one person. I certainly can't think of it all, and what I've created so far is far from perfect. It's just a beginning. The organizational structure itself, I mean, it is what it is. It's so simple. It can't get any simpler, and it's so complex. It can't get any more complex.
Paradox.
But right, exactly. But as for everything else, technicalities, terminologies, perspectives, I would definitely be willing to collaborate with what you have, and see how they can work together synergistically.
Yeah, that'd be beautiful because I mean, intuitively, how I feel about it all is I just was able to get more of the exoskeleton, you could say. And after coming across your work, it was more of, here it is. Like, for instance, I knew I wasn't going to be really heavy into the writing and that level of sophistication with the details of the blueprint, right? Because I knew just having that level of discernment and self mastery that might not be my puzzle piece, right? And
That was a hard balance I was trying to strike between having to cover so many details because a society is very large and complex, but also trying not to cover so many details that I'm leaving room for other people to, put their 2 cents in as well.
yeah,
That was a hard balance to strike. I'm not sure I even struck it, but
no, it'll be more of a practice as we galvanize other co-creators. That's when that will come into an embodied experience.
right. Yep.
So, and then more so, it's more about, okay, essentially, okay, the action call, and then being able to create all these ventures and stuff like that. I think that's where um, one of my gifts or puzzle pieces is to help manifest this into the physicality, right? Pretty much taking away your game plan is like, okay, we could take it and run with it now. That's what I'm feeling. Especially what's been bubbling up in our localized experience, like really seeing the beginning phases of this ecosystem, this constellation.
Mm-hmm.
And even Z, we're in the health and wellness sector. And I believe, I mean, when we first met, she was like, we were having our first lunch.
And that's actually one of the first sectors that I think is most important to get underway with Metagaiaes, because I mean, especially hospitals, as soon as possible. We need to either start buying hospitals or making our own hospitals, because um, the hospitals that exist have to follow these stupid ass fucking regulations, and they can't do proper healthcare right now because of that. And but if they were in Metagaiaes, they wouldn't have to follow those regulations, and they could actually provide proper healthcare again. So yeah, there's that too.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've been tuning into, was how do we bring about this health and wellness sector, which we call it the polarized version, the positively polarized version of the World Health Organization, that has the capacity to steward assets as well as one of its features. Um, so we could have healing centers, hospitals, any other medical facilities, and that galvanize also integrative practitioners. Because yeah, as we're saying, this ascension doesn't happen without the healing and purification. This is the process. This is a part of the timeline we're in. Where without that, you can't have someone on their sacred quest of their highest and brightest timeline, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
they haven't done the inner work. So,
Right.
and then when the first lunch that we had, not only was I sharing with her, oh, why I resonated was because you were talking about Andromeda. And then she instantly got a visual of us on the spaceship in Andromeda, something like that, as scientists. And she also intuited that we're going to manifest like billions of dollars. So, and that might just be in the health and wellness space sector. I don't know. So,
Well, if we find just even one investor to invest in the platform that I keep talking about that I cannot name publicly,
yeah.
Just one investor, and we'll have enough to invest in that platform ourselves. And literally, it'll only take 3 or 4 years to get to the $1 billion level with that investment platform. So yeah, that's definitely a feasible reality. There's plenty of investors in the world that are willing to invest in its system, and we only need to find one.
Mhm.
And it doesn't matter which one of us invites them, we can share that commission all day long.
For sure, man. Uh, you can just say the Power Rangers, the Avengers, man, we're here. Like, I mean, it's such. I send so much love and commend you for all the hard work that you've been putting in, and we're now at a point where we could celebrate that. Basically, this is now we could party, and I don't say that in not being aware of how dark it's going to be, and this is where all the samurai lineages are coming into play, as like that compassionate spiritual warrior, because I mean we're literally facing Thanos and his army, and Thanos is really metaphysical compared to our human. So
Yeah, that's probably a lot more correct than you think it is, because Thanos is a direct reference to some of the gods that are ruling over enslaving humanity at the moment. So all those Greek gods, Latin gods, Egyptian gods, they're all references to the Anunnaki.
mm, look at that. So that subtle infusion of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's no accident that it's all popular and created within this time period.
The children of slavery, they're finally evolving.
Yeah, and
And now we just need to create an alternative society for them to evolve into.
yeah, man, that's going to be our service work too,
Absolutely.
bridging as many souls over as possible.
Well, we can't bring them over ourselves, but we can certainly give them the choice.
Yep, exactly.
All right, man. We've been talking for well over 4 hours now.
And a good first date, man.
Yeah, man. I'm starting to yawn and my eyes are getting heavy, so we'll definitely have to continue this another time. But for now, go ahead and send all that stuff over to me, and I'll start taking a look at it, and then we'll schedule another video.
Cool, brother. Man, it's been badass. I love it.